Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if 11-year-old Harry Potter married Daphne Greengrass to save her from the Dark Mark? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1: The Secret Prophecy. The vault door groaned like a wounded beast as it swung open, releasing a breath of stale air that carried the scent of ancient gold and forgotten secrets. Harry Potter stood at the threshold, his small hand still pressed against the cold stone wall that had moments before been solid, impenetrable. Now it parted like water, revealing a cavern so vast it seemed to swallow the torchlight whole. "Go on, then," rumbled the goblin at his side. Griphook's voice echoed off distant walls, distorted and strange. "Your parents' vault is just ahead. Though I warn you, most of what they left behind is little more than sentimental rubbish and old coin. Nothing flashy, mind you. The Potters were never the wealthiest of the old families." Harry stepped forward, his trainers scuffing against stone that hadn't felt human touch in over a decade. 11 years old, and already he'd learned that the world was full of surprises. 2 weeks ago he'd been living in a cupboard under the stairs, and now he was descending into the bowels of a goblin-run bank, discovering that his parents hadn't been ordinary people at all. They had been heroes. The thought made his chest feel tight, like his heart was trying to expand beyond its proper size. He'd come to Greengrass with Hagrid, who was currently waiting outside with the key to the Potter vault, and a strangely anxious expression on his massive face. Hagrid had been nervous ever since they'd stepped through the bronze doors, his beard twitching as he muttered something about goblins being unpredictable today. Harry hadn't understood then. He understood now, watching Griphook's sharp teeth gleam in the torchlight. As the goblin led him deeper into the labyrinth of tunnels. "Here we are," Griphook announced, gesturing with a long, gnarled finger toward a smaller door set into the wall. Unlike the grand entrance to the main vault, this one seemed almost forgotten. Dust layered the carvings, and the goblin had to spit on his hand to wipe away enough grime to read the family name. Potter. The door swung open with a groan that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the earth itself. Harry's breath caught. Mountains of gold spilled across the floor in glittering waves. Silver coins stacked in precarious towers leaned against walls lined with ancient tapestries. Jewels sparkled from open chests, their light catching the edges of dusty portraits and tarnished goblets. It was more wealth than Harry had ever imagined, more than the Dursleys had ever dreamed of possessing. But it was something else that caught his attention. In the far corner of the vault, half hidden behind a fallen stack of books bound in cracked leather, a single object pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. It was a box, small, unassuming, carved from wood so dark it seemed to drink in the shadows around it. And it was calling to him. Harry felt it in his bones, a pull that had nothing to do with curiosity, and everything to do with magic. "What's that?" he asked, already moving toward it. Griphook's eyes narrowed. "That? Nothing important, I'm sure. Old rubbish from the Black family vault, most likely. The goblins who manage the lower levels sometimes shove forgotten items into any available space." But Harry wasn't listening. He knelt in front of the box, his fingers hovering over its surface. The wood was warm to the touch, despite the cavern's chill. And when he brushed his fingertips against its lid, the carvings on its surface began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, filling the vault with an emerald light that made Griphook hiss and step backward. "Don't touch that, boy," the goblin snarled. "That's dark magic, that is, old magic, dangerous magic." But Harry had already opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, lay a single scroll. It was rolled tightly, bound with a silver ribbon that glimmered with runes Harry couldn't read. But the magic he could feel. It pulsed through his fingers like a heartbeat, warm and ancient and achingly familiar. Without thinking, he broke the seal. The scroll unfurled in his hands, and words appeared on its surface, not written in ink, but burned into the parchment as though by fire. The letters shifted and writhed, rearranging themselves into words he could understand. When the serpent's palm shall mark the innocent's skin, and darkness claims what light should win. A covenant older than Hogwarts stone must bind two hearts or leave one alone. The child of ice, the daughter of snow, shall bear the mark of all below, unless the son of prophecy's grace shall take her name and take her place. 3 winters pass before the test, 3 summers burn, but love shall rest upon the altar of ancient creed, one life to save another's need. Beware the shadows that stalk the light, for they know the prophecy's might, and they will hunt, and they will kill, to stop the blood from flowing still. Harry stared at the words, his mind spinning. Asterisk the serpent's fawn. The mark. The child of ice. Asterisk it made no sense, and yet, somehow, it made all the sense in the world. He could feel the magic in the prophecy like a living thing, coiling around his heart, and whispering secrets he wasn't ready to hear. Put that down. Griphook's voice was sharp, panicked. That's not meant for human eyes. That's black family business, sealed by blood and oath. Who is the child of ice? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Who is she? The goblin's face went pale beneath its leathery skin. I don't know. I don't want to know. Put it back, Potter. There are things in this world that even the bravest wizards shouldn't meddle with. But Harry couldn't look away from the prophecy. The words seemed to burn brighter now, the letters dancing in the air above the parchment like fireflies. And as he watched, a second layer of text began to appear beneath the first, words written in a different hand, smaller and more precise. The greengrass heir, born of winter's chill, shall face the serpent's poison will. The Dark Lord's mark shall claim her soul, unless a marriage makes her whole. Before her first year's leaves can fall, before the castle's ancient call, she must be bound to one who's true. A Potter's blood, a heart that knew the prophecy's weight before its time. The cost is great, the choice is crime. To those who cannot understand the magic of a willing hand. Harry's hands were shaking now. The prophecy was talking about a girl who was about to start Hogwarts, just like him. A girl who would bear the dark mark unless someone married her? It was insane. It was impossible. It was. Potter. Griphook's voice had gone dangerously quiet. You need to leave. Now. There are things in this vault that are not meant to be disturbed, and that scroll was sealed by Lord Arcturus Black himself. He didn't want anyone to read it. Not ever. Why? Harry demanded, still clutching the scroll. Why would he hide something like this? The goblin was silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with something that might have been resignation. Because the prophecy you're holding is dangerous. It predicts the future of one of the oldest pureblood families in Britain, the Greengrasses. And it predicts that their youngest daughter will become a Death Eater unless someone intervenes. Harry's blood ran cold. A Death Eater? The Dark Lord's followers. Griphook confirmed grimly. The ones who terrorized Britain for over a decade. They all bear his mark, branded on their arms, burned into their souls. Once the dark mark is set, it can never be removed. Not by any magic known to wizardkind. The scroll trembled in Harry's grip. He looked down at the words again, reading them more carefully this time. The child of ice, the daughter of snow. That had to be Daphne Greengrass. The youngest daughter of the Greengrass family, just like the scroll said. And if Harry was reading the prophecy right, she was destined to become one of Voldemort's followers, unless someone saved her. Unless a marriage makes her whole. But I don't understand, Harry said slowly, his mind racing. How can a marriage stop the dark mark? How can? It's ancient magic. Griphook interrupted, his voice dripping with reluctance. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the founders themselves. There are covenants in the world that even the Dark Lord cannot break, bonds formed willingly, sealed in blood and intention, that protect the bonded from external magical influence. A marriage of the old kind, a true marriage, recognized by the deepest laws of magic, would create a barrier so strong that no dark mark could ever pierce it. Harry stared at him. So she got married before Voldemort could mark her. Then the mark would never take hold. Griphook confirmed. The magic of the marriage would reject it. But it has to be done willingly. Freely. The marriage has to be entered into with full knowledge of the stakes, and with genuine intention to protect the other party. It can't be forced. It can't be faked. It has to be real. Real. Harry thought about the word. Real marriage. Real commitment. At 11 years old. It was insane. It was impossible. It was. And yet, as he looked at the prophecy again, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was meant to find him. The box had called to him. The scroll had opened for him. And the words spoke of a Potter's blood, a heart that knew the prophecy's weight before its time. He was the last Potter. The only Potter. If anyone was going to save this girl, it had to be him. But how? How could an 11-year-old who barely understood magic do something like this? How does the marriage work? Harry asked, his voice steadier than he felt. What would it involve? Griphook's expression flickered between shock and calculation. You can't be serious, boy. You don't even know this girl. You've never met her. She's a stranger to you. I know, Harry interrupted. But if this prophecy is real, if there's a chance to stop someone from becoming a Death Eater before it's too late, then I have to at least consider it. Don't I? The goblin stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a grudging respect crept into his eyes. You Potters, he muttered. Always trying to save everyone. It's going to get you killed one day, you know. I've heard that before, Harry said with a small, grim smile. So what's the process? Griphook sighed, rubbing his temples with long, gnarled fingers. The marriage is performed in a consecrated chamber beneath Greengrass, one of the oldest magical spaces in Britain. It requires witnesses, goblins usually, since no wizard will officiate a marriage of children. There's a ceremony. Blood bonding. Oath swearing. Then the magic takes hold, and the covenant is sealed. And then she's safe? Safer, Griphook corrected. The Dark Mark can't touch her once she's married. But the Dark Lord will still want her. The Death Eaters will still hunt her. The protection isn't a shield, it's a barrier. It keeps the mark from taking hold, but it doesn't stop anyone from trying to hurt her in other ways. Harry nodded slowly, processing the information. And me? What happens to me? The goblin's expression darkened. You become a target. The Dark Lord doesn't forgive those who steal from him. If he ever finds out that you bonded with the girl he intended to claim, he won't stop until you're dead. That was... Harry thought about it. Death was a pretty serious consequence. But then again, Voldemort was already trying to kill him. Had been trying to kill him since he was a baby. What was one more reason for the man to want him dead? Okay, he said. How do I find Daphne Greengrass? Griphook blinked. You're actually serious about this? I'm actually serious. The goblin studied him for a long moment, searching his face for signs of hesitation. Whatever he found must have satisfied him, because he finally nodded and turned away, gesturing for Harry to follow. The Greengrass family has a vault here as well. Lower level, more secure. I can arrange for you to meet the girl privately. Her father will be notified, of course, and he'll need to grant his permission. But the ceremony itself, that has to happen in the next few days. Why? The prophecy is specific. Griphook's voice echoed off the tunnel walls as they walked. Before the first year's leaves can fall. Before the castle's ancient call. The girl enters Hogwarts on the 1st of September. That gives you less than 2 weeks to complete the ritual. 2 weeks. Harry felt the weight of that deadline pressing down on him. 2 weeks to arrange a marriage he'd never imagined. 2 weeks to save a girl he'd never met. It was crazy. It was insane. It was... Harry? The voice came from ahead, and Harry looked up to see a massive silhouette blocking the tunnel's end. Hagrid's face was creased with worry, his beetle-black eyes darting between Harry and Griphook with obvious concern. Everything all right in there? Took ya a while, and I was gettin' worried. I'm fine, Hagrid, Harry assured him, forcing a smile. Just found something interesting in the vault. Hagrid's expression shifted from worry to confusion to recognition. Oh, that? The Black family box. Shouldn't have been in there at all, that thing. Goblins must have mixed up the storage. What did ye find inside? Harry hesitated. Should he tell Hagrid? The half-giant had been nothing but kind to him, but this was different. This was a secret that could get people killed. Just some old family records, he said, the lie tasting bitter on his tongue. Nothing important. Hagrid seemed to accept this, nodding slowly. Well, good. Come on, then, we've got your school supplies to get. Wand first, if I know Ollivander. Always wand first with that fellow. Harry allowed himself to be led away, but his mind was still back in the vault. Still clinging to the scroll he'd hidden in his pocket. Still turning over the words of the prophecy. Asterisk, the child of ice. The daughter of snow, asterisk. Shall bear the mark of all below. Unless the son of prophecy's grace. Shall take her name and take her place. He was going to do it. He was actually going to save this girl, whether she wanted it or not. And if that meant marrying a complete stranger before he even started his first year of magic school, well, at least it would be more interesting than living with the Dursleys. The Greengrass mansion rose from the mist like a ghost, its ancient stone walls slick with morning dew, and its windows gleaming with the soft glow of enchanted candles. Harry stood at the edge of the property, his heart hammering in his chest as he stared up at the imposing structure. Grivhook had arranged everything. A goblin courier had delivered the message to Lord Greengrass, carefully worded to avoid alarming anyone. The marriage pact, the prophecy, the danger to his daughter, all of it explained in terms no pureblood could ignore. And Lord Greengrass had agreed to meet. Harry smoothed down his robes, new courtesy of the gold in his vault, and tried to steady his breathing. He'd never done anything like this before. He'd never even talked to a girl his own age, except for that one time at the zoo when he'd accidentally freed a boa constrictor and terrified a whole family of muggles. This was different. This was life-changing. The front door opened before he could knock, revealing a tall, elegant man with silver-streaked hair and sharp blue eyes. Lord Cyrus Greengrass was exactly what Harry had expected from a pure-blood patriarch, imposing, dignified, and clearly not thrilled to be meeting with an 11-year-old orphan. Mr. Potter, the man said, his voice clipped and formal. I must admit, I was surprised to receive your message. You'll forgive me if I find the entire situation difficult to believe. I understand, sir, Harry said, offering what he hoped was a respectful nod. But the prophecy is real. I saw it myself. And if there's a chance to protect your daughter... My daughter doesn't need protection from the Dark Lord, Lord Greengrass interrupted sharply. She's 11 years old. She hasn't done anything to attract his attention. That's the point, sir. Harry met the man's gaze steadily. She hasn't done anything yet. But the prophecy says she will, unless someone intervenes. Lord Greengrass's expression flickered, a shadow of doubt passing across his aristocratic features. Come inside, he said finally, stepping aside. We'll discuss this properly. The interior of the Greengrass mansion was magnificent. Tapestries depicting ancient battles lined the walls, suits of armor stood at attention in the corners, and portraits of stern-looking ancestors watched Harry's every move with critical eyes. But the most remarkable thing about the house was the cold. It was freezing inside. Harry shivered, wrapping his robes tighter around himself. Is it always this cold in here? Lord Greengrass smiled thinly. Daphne's magic manifests early. She has an affinity for ice, a trait she inherited from her mother's side of the family. The house reflects her influence. Harry blinked. Her magic affects the temperature? The Greengrass family has always been attuned to the elements, Lord Greengrass explained. My wife's line, in particular, has a strong connection to winter. Daphne's abilities are unusual. Even for our family. He led Harry into a study filled with books and ancient artifacts, motioning for him to sit in a high-backed chair near the fire. The flames crackled and danced, offering a welcome respite from the cold. "Now," Lord Greengrass said, settling into his own chair. "Tell me everything. Leave nothing out." Harry did. He described the vault, the box, the prophecy. He recited the words from memory, watching Lord Greengrass's face grow increasingly pale as he heard them. Asterisk the child of ice. The daughter of snow, asterisk, shall bear the mark of all below. "My daughter," Lord Greengrass whispered when Harry finished. "My daughter is fated to become a Death Eater," Harry confirmed. "Unless she marries before the dark mark can take hold." Lord Greengrass was silent for a long moment, his hands gripping the arms of his chair so tightly his knuckles had gone white. "You understand what you're offering," he said finally. "You're offering to sacrifice your future, your childhood, for a girl you've never met." "Why?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the Dursleys, who had never wanted him. He thought about his parents, who had died to protect him. He thought about Voldemort, who had tried to kill him as a baby and would probably try again. "Because it's the right thing to do," he said simply. "I can't let someone become a Death Eater if I can stop it. Not when I know it's coming." Lord Greengrass stared at him for a long time. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well. I'll arrange for Daphne to meet you. But I warn you, Mr. Potter, she won't be easy to convince. My daughter has a strong will and a sharp tongue. She doesn't trust easily." "I understand," Harry said. "I'll do my best to earn her trust." Lord Greengrass rose from his chair, crossing to a small cabinet near the window. He pulled out a crystal decanter and poured 2 glasses of what looked like amber liquid. "Drink," he said, pressing one of the glasses into Harry's hand. "You'll need it." Harry took a cautious sip. The liquid burned going down, but it warmed him from the inside out. He felt some of the tension in his shoulders ease. "Daphne will be here in an hour," Lord Greengrass said, settling back into his chair. "That gives us time to discuss the ceremony itself. There are certain traditions associated with a marriage of this nature. Ancient customs that must be observed." "Like what?" "Like your bloodline," Lord Greengrass said. "The Potters are descended from the Peveril brothers, the creators of the Deathly Hallows. That carries weight in certain magical circles. The marriage you're proposing isn't just a contract between families, it's a joining of 2 of the oldest magical bloodlines in Britain. The magic involved will be significant." Harry nodded, trying to process the information. "What do I need to do?" Lord Greengrass's expression grew serious. "You need to be certain, Mr. Potter. Once the ceremony is complete, there's no going back. The bond is permanent. You'll be tied to Daphne for the rest of your lives, in ways that go far beyond any normal marriage." "I understand. Do you?" Lord Greengrass leaned forward, his eyes searching Harry's. "This isn't like the marriages you'll read about in fairy tales. This is a covenant of the oldest kind, a blood oath sealed by magic and witnessed by the earth itself. It will connect you to Daphne on a level most wizards can't comprehend. You'll feel her emotions, share her magic, experience her pain. And she'll experience yours. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment of fear or triumph, you'll share it all." Harry swallowed hard. "That's a lot." "It is," Lord Greengrass agreed. "And if you're not prepared for that, if you're not ready to give up a part of yourself for the rest of your life, then you need to walk away now. No one will blame you." Harry thought about it. He thought about the prophecy, about the dark fate that awaited Daphne if he didn't act. He thought about his parents, who had died to protect him, and all the people who had sacrificed so much just to keep him alive. He thought about being 11 years old, and making a choice that would change his life forever. And then he thought about the girl he hadn't met yet, the daughter of snow who was going to become a Death Eater unless someone saved her. "I'll do it," he said quietly. "I'll marry her." Lord Greengrass stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then let's prepare for the ceremony. The hour passed quickly. Lord Greengrass explained the details of the ritual, the blood bonding, the oath swearing, the magical witnesses who would seal the covenant. He warned Harry about the ancient chamber beneath Greengrass, about the goblins who would officiate the ceremony, about the traditions that had to be observed. And then the door opened, and she walked in. Daphne Greengrass was beautiful. There was no other word for it. Her hair was the color of spun silver, falling in waves past her shoulders. Her eyes were the palest blue, like ice chips caught in sunlight. And her skin was so pale it seemed almost translucent, a stark contrast against the darkness of her robes. She was cold. Harry felt it the moment she entered the room, a chill that swept through the air, making the fire flicker and dim. The temperature dropped so suddenly he could see his breath misting in front of his face. "Father," she said, her voice cool and composed. "You wish to see me?" Lord Greengrass rose from his chair, crossing to embrace his daughter. "Daphne. Thank you for coming. There's someone I'd like you to meet." Daphne's gaze shifted to Harry, and something flickered in those ice-blue eyes. Curiosity, perhaps. Or wariness. It was hard to tell. "This is Harry Potter," Lord Greengrass said. "He has something important to discuss with you." Harry rose from his chair, offering his hand. "It's nice to meet you." Daphne looked at his hand, then back at his face. "You're Harry Potter. The boy who lived." "Some people call me that," Harry admitted. "I don't really like it, though." Daphne's lips twitched, almost a smile. "I imagine the attention gets tiresome." "You have no idea." There was a moment of silence, and then Daphne stepped forward, her slender fingers brushing against Harry's palm. The moment they touched, something happened. Magic. It surged through Harry like lightning, white-hot and electric. He felt the bond snap into place, not the full covenant, not yet, but a connection nonetheless. A spark of recognition that went beyond anything he'd experienced before. Daphne gasped, pulling her hand back. Her eyes widened with shock. "What was that?" she demanded, turning to her father. "What did he do to me?" "Nothing, Daphne," Lord Greengrass said quickly. That was the prophecy. The magic recognizes your future bond." Daphne's face went pale, paler than before, which was saying something. "Bond? What are you talking about?" Lord Greengrass sighed, running a hand through his silver-streaked hair. "I think it's time we had a proper conversation. Please sit down. Both of you." Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, uncertain, wary, but they obeyed, settling into chairs facing Lord Greengrass's desk. "What's going on?" Daphne asked, her voice sharp with suspicion. "Why is Harry Potter here? Why do I feel—" She stopped, pressing a hand to her chest as though trying to calm her racing heart. "What you felt," Lord Greengrass said carefully, "is the beginning of a magical bond. It's not complete yet, not until the ceremony is performed. But the foundation is there. The prophecy is already taking effect." "Prophecy?" Daphne's voice cracked. "What prophecy?" Lord Greengrass gestured to Harry. "Show her the scroll." Harry pulled the parchment from his pocket, careful not to damage it. "I found this in a vault at Greengrass," he explained, holding it out to Daphne. "It was hidden in a box belonging to the Black family. I think it was meant to find me." Daphne took the scroll with trembling hands, her eyes scanning the ancient text. As she read, her expression shifted from confusion to disbelief to horror. "The child of ice, the daughter of snow, shall bear the mark of all below, unless the son of prophecy's grace shall take her name and take her place." "This can't be right," she whispered. "This can't be. I'm not going to become." "The prophecy doesn't care what you want," Lord Greengrass said gently. "It only shows what will happen unless we intervene." "Intervene how?" Daphne demanded, her voice rising. "How can we possibly stop something like this?" Lord Greengrass met Harry's gaze. "By doing something unprecedented. By entering into a marriage covenant before the Dark Lord can claim you." Daphne went very, very still. A marriage covenant? With who? With me, Harry said quietly. If you'll agree to it. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the crackling of the fire. Daphne stared at Harry as though he'd grown a second head. Are you insane? She finally demanded. You're 11 years old. We're both 11 years old. We can't get married. It's impossible. It's possible, Lord Greengrass interrupted. There are ancient laws, pure-blood traditions, that allow for marriages of this kind. They're rarely used, but they exist. And they carry powerful magic. But why? Daphne's voice was shaking now, all her careful composure shattered. Why would anyone agree to this? Why would you? She turned to Harry, her eyes blazing with confusion and fear. You don't even know me. You've never met me before today. Why would you sacrifice your whole future for a stranger? Harry thought about the prophecy. He thought about the Dursleys, who had never wanted him. He thought about his parents, who had sacrificed everything to save him. Because I can, he said simply. I can stop you from becoming something terrible. And if I have the power to do that, if I have the chance to save someone from Voldemort, then I have to try. Daphne stared at him, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, her eyes filled with tears. You're serious, she whispered. You're actually serious about this. I'm serious, Harry confirmed. Daphne looked at her father, then back at Harry. Her hands were shaking, the scroll trembling in her grip. I don't understand, she said. I don't understand any of this. Why would anyone help me? Why would anyone care if I become? I care, Harry interrupted. I care because you don't deserve to have your future stolen by Voldemort. You don't deserve to be forced into something you didn't choose. And if I can stop that, if I can give you a chance to make your own choices, then I will. Daphne's tears spilled over, tracking silver paths down her pale cheeks. She wiped them away angrily, her expression shifting from fear to determination. If I agree to this, she said slowly, what happens then? What changes? You'll be protected, Lord Greengrass said. The Dark Mark won't be able to touch you. The marriage covenant will create a magical barrier that Voldemort's magic can't penetrate. But you'll still be hunted, Harry added. The Death Eaters will still want to hurt you. They might want to hurt you even more, once they find out what we've done. Daphne nodded slowly, processing the information. So the marriage doesn't make me safe. It just makes me a different kind of target. Exactly, Harry said. But at least you won't become one of them. At least you'll still be yourself. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she met Harry's gaze. Why do you really want to do this? She asked. The truth this time. Not the noble hero's speech. Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. And then, for the first time, he admitted the truth to himself. Because I've never been able to save anyone before, he said quietly. My parents died trying to protect me. My aunt and uncle never wanted me. I've spent my whole life being told I'm worthless, that I don't matter, that I'll never be anything special. But this, he gestured at the scroll, at the prophecy, at everything. This is something I can do. Something that matters. And I need to know that I can make a difference. That I can be the person everyone expects me to be. Daphne stared at him, her tears still wet on her cheeks. Then, slowly, she nodded. I understand, she said. Better than you think. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Fine. I'll do it. I'll marry you. Harry's heart leaped in his chest. Really? Really? Daphne's voice was steady now, her composure returning. If it means I won't become a Death Eater, if it means I'll have a chance to make my own choices, then I'll do what it takes. I won't let Voldemort claim me. Not if I have a choice. Lord Greengrass rose from his chair, a look of profound relief on his face. Then it settled. I'll contact the goblins immediately. We'll perform the ceremony as soon as possible. Tomorrow, Harry said suddenly. We have to do it tomorrow. Lord Greengrass blinked. Tomorrow? But there are preparations to be made, rituals to observe. We don't have time. Harry insisted. The prophecy said before the first year's leaves can fall. That's less than 2 weeks from now. And I don't know how long it will take Voldemort's followers to find out what we're planning. Lord Greengrass was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. Tomorrow it is. The chamber beneath Gringotts was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It wasn't a vault, not exactly. It was a cavern, ancient, vast, carved into the bedrock of the earth itself. The walls were covered in runes so old they seemed to pulse with their own light, their symbols shifting and flowing like water. Torches burned with blue flame, casting eerie shadows across the stone floor. And at the center of it all, a stone altar rose from the ground, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to spiral inward toward a central point. This is where the ceremony will take place, Griphook announced, his voice echoing off the distant walls. The altar has been consecrated by goblin magic for over 1,000 years. It's one of the most powerful magical spaces in Britain. Harry nodded, his throat dry. He was dressed in ceremonial robes, dark green, embroidered with silver thread that seemed to move on its own. Beside him, Daphne looked equally nervous, her blue eyes fixed on the altar with a mixture of fear and determination. Ready? Lord Greengrass asked, his voice barely a whisper. Ready, Harry said. Ready, Daphne echoed. The goblin priests moved forward, their ancient faces illuminated by the blue torchlight. They were dressed in robes of black and gold, their eyes gleaming with the weight of centuries. Harry James Potter, one of them intoned. Do you come willingly to this covenant? Do you offer your blood, your magic, and your soul to the binding of this marriage? I do, Harry said, his voice steady. Daphne Cordelia Greengrass, do you come willingly to this covenant? Do you offer your blood, your magic, and your soul to the binding of this marriage? I do, Daphne said, her voice trembling but firm. The priest nodded, gesturing for them to approach the altar. Then come forward. It's time for the blood bonding. Harry stepped up to the altar, his heart pounding. The priest produced a golden dagger, its blade gleaming with enchantments that made Harry's skin prickle. Hold out your hand, the priest instructed. Harry obeyed. The blade pressed against his palm, drawing a thin line of blood. Harry barely felt the pain. His mind was racing too fast to register anything but the enormity of what he was about to do. Daphne stepped forward next, offering her own hand. The blade pressed against her palm, drawing a similar line of blood. Now, the priest instructed, press your hands together. Let your blood mingle. Let your magic intertwine. Harry and Daphne moved as one, their bleeding palms meeting. In a grip that felt electric. The moment their blood touched, magic exploded between them, a burst of light so bright it blinded him, a surge of power so intense it stole his breath. And then, understanding, Harry could feel her. He could feel Daphne, her emotions, her fear, her determination, her hope. He could feel her magic, cold and sharp and beautiful, intertwining with his own. He could feel her presence in his mind, gentle but insistent, like a new room in a house he'd never explored. Whoa! He breathed. Daphne's eyes met his, wide with shock. I can feel you too. I can feel everything. The priest was speaking again, but Harry barely heard him. He was too lost in the sensation of her magic, the warmth of her presence, the way she seemed to glow in the back of his mind like a star in the darkness. Repeat the oath after me, the priest intoned. Harry and Daphne spoke the words in unison, their voices intertwining in a rhythm that felt older than time. Before the earth and the magic of the covenant, I swear to protect this soul. I swear to honor this bond. I swear to hold fast in the face of darkness, to stand as one against the storm. Until death parts us, I am bound. This I swear, by blood and magic, by soul and sacrifice. The words hung in the air, glowing with golden light. Then they sank into Harry's skin, warm and permanent, like a brand that would never fade. It is done, the priest announced. The covenant is sealed. By the power of this union, the dark mark shall never claim you, Daphne Greengrass. You are protected. Now and always. Daphne's knees buckled, and Harry caught her, steadying her with arms that felt stronger than they had before. Are you okay? He asked, his voice urgent. I'm fine, she gasped. I can feel it. The magic. It's like I'm wrapped in something warm. Harry nodded, understanding. He could feel it too, a new layer of protection, a shield that had settled over both of them. It was soft and gentle, like a parent's embrace, but beneath that softness was a strength that felt invincible. It's the covenant, Lord Greengrass said, his voice thick with emotion. The marriage magic. It's already working. Harry looked at Daphne, meeting her pale blue eyes. We did it, he said softly. We actually did it. We did, she agreed. And for the first time since they'd met, she smiled. It was a small smile, barely a twitch of her lips. But it was real. And it made Harry feel like everything was going to be okay. They emerged from the chamber hours later, blinking in the sudden brightness of the Greengrass lobby. The sun was setting, painting the marble floors in shades of gold and rose, and the familiar sounds of the bank seemed distant and muffled, like a dream from which Harry was slowly waking. He couldn't stop looking at Daphne. She seemed different now, not in appearance but in presence. There was a warmth to her that hadn't been there before, a sense of connection that went beyond words. And every time he caught her eye, he felt a jolt of recognition, like looking into a mirror that reflected more than just his face. So, Daphne said awkwardly, what happens now? Harry shrugged. I guess we go to Hogwarts. Pretend we're just regular students. Make sure no one finds out about the marriage. And if someone does find out, then we deal with it. Harry's voice was grim. But we can't let it become common knowledge. Not until we're older. Not until Voldemort is gone. Daphne nodded, her expression serious. Agreed. No one can know. Not even our closest friends. Especially not Ron Weasley, Harry said, thinking of the red-headed boy he'd met in Diagon Alley. That guy couldn't keep a secret if his life depended on it. Daphne's lips twitched. I'll take your word for it. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of what they'd done settling between them like a physical presence. Thank you, Daphne finally said, her voice barely audible. For what you did today. You saved my life. Harry shook his head. You saved your own life. You're the one who agreed to marry me. I just gave you the option. Daphne laughed, a surprising sound, bright and musical. That's a very diplomatic way of looking at it. I try. She reached out, placing a hand on his arm. I mean it, Harry. I know we're strangers. I know this isn't what either of us wanted. But I'm grateful. I'll never forget what you did for me today. Harry met her gaze, feeling the warmth of her magic through their bond. We're not strangers anymore, he said softly. We're partners now. Even if no one else knows it. Daphne's smile widened, just a fraction. Partners. I like that. Then she stepped back, her composure returning like a mask sliding into place. I'll see you at Hogwarts, she said. Try not to get into too much trouble before then. Harry grinned. No promises. She walked away, her silver hair gleaming in the golden light, and Harry watched her go with a strange ache in his chest. He was married. At 11 years old, with a girl he just met, he was legally and magically bound for life. And somehow, despite everything, despite the danger, despite the uncertainty, despite the sheer impossibility of it all, Harry was okay with that. The walk back to the leaky cauldron was quiet, the weight of the day pressing down on Harry like a physical burden. Hagrid was waiting for him in the pub, his massive frame hunched over a table as he nursed what looked like a very large mug of ale. Harry! Hagrid boomed, rising to his feet. There you are. I was getting worried. The goblins said you'd gone into some sort of special ceremony, but they wouldn't tell me what it was. It's fine, Hagrid, Harry said quickly, forcing a smile. I just had some business to take care of. Nothing important. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes narrowed suspiciously. Business? What kind of business? I'll explain later. Harry promised. Right now I really need to get some rest. It's been a long day. Hagrid hesitated, clearly wanting to press further, but something in Harry's expression must have convinced him otherwise. All right then, the half-giant said slowly. But we're leaving for Hogwarts in 2 days. Make sure you're ready. I will. Harry climbed the stairs to his room, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Then he collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling as the weight of everything he'd done settled onto his shoulders. He was married. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to save a girl he just met. And somewhere out there, in the shadows of the wizarding world, Voldemort was waiting. But for the first time in his life, Harry didn't feel afraid. He felt ready. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the prophecy scroll one last time. The words gleamed in the dim light, ancient and mysterious, but Harry no longer felt confused by them. 3 winters pass before the test. 3 summers burn, but love shall rest. Upon the altar of ancient creed, 1 life to save another's need. He would save her. Whatever it took, whatever it cost, he would save Daphne Greengrass from the dark fate that awaited her. Because that's what heroes did. And Harry Potter was tired of being helpless. He rolled up the scroll, tucked it back into his pocket, and let his eyes drift closed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers, new secrets to keep. But tonight he was safe. Tonight he was alive. Tonight he had done something that mattered. Tomorrow, the adventure would truly begin. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, A Marriage Older Than Hogwarts. The morning light crept through the threadbare curtains of the leaky cauldron's smallest room, painting golden stripes across Harry's face. He woke slowly, the way he always did, cautiously, as though expecting Aunt Petunia's shrill voice to shatter the peace at any moment. But instead of the smell of frying bacon and the sound of Dudley's heavy footsteps, there was only the gentle creak of old floorboards and the distant murmur of voices from the pub below. And something else. Something warm and unfamiliar, pulsing gently at the edge of his consciousness like a second heartbeat. Harry sat up abruptly, his hand flying to his chest. For a terrible moment, he thought something was wrong, that some dark magic had infected him during the ceremony. But then the warmth settled into something recognizable, something almost comforting. Daphne. He could feel her. Not her thoughts, not exactly, but her presence, a soft glow in the back of his mind that told him she was awake, that she was safe, that she was thinking about him too. The bond. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, his bare feet touching the cold floorboards. The prophecy scroll was still in his pocket, tucked safely beneath his pillow. He pulled it out, unrolling it with trembling fingers, and read the words again. The child of ice, the daughter of snow, shall bear the mark of all below. Unless the son of prophecy's grace shall take her name and take her place. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. He'd married a complete stranger to save her from becoming a Death Eater, and now he could feel her magic intertwined with his own like threads of silver and gold woven together into something stronger than either could be alone. A knock at the door made him jump. Harry? Ya awake? Hagrid's voice rumbled through the wood. Got something important to discuss with ya. Goblin came by early this morning. Says there's more to your vault than we realized. Harry shoved the scroll back under his pillow and crossed to the door, pulling it open to reveal Hagrid's massive frame filling the doorway. The half-giant's face was creased with worry, his beetle-black eyes darting nervously. What kind of more? Harry asked. Hagrid shuffled his feet, clearly uncomfortable. Best if ye come see for yourself. Gringotts sent a representative. Says there's documents, old documents, that belong to ye. Things that should have been given to ye years ago. Harry's stomach tightened. Documents? What kind of documents? Hagrid's expression grew even more uncomfortable. Marriage documents, Harry. Seems like there's been a bit of a misunderstanding about the Potter's legal status. The words hit Harry like a bludgeon to the chest. His mind raced back to the ceremony, to the words he'd spoken, to the magic that had bound him to Daphne. But this was different. This was legal, official, something that existed outside the magical covenant. "Take me to them," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos in his chest. "I need to see what they say." The Greengrass representative was waiting in the Leaky Cauldron's private parlor, a small room that smelled of old smoke and spilled butterbeer. He was a goblin, older than Grip Hook, with a face so wrinkled it looked like crumpled parchment, and eyes so sharp they seemed to see straight through Harry's carefully constructed composure. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, his voice like gravel grinding against stone. "I am Ragnarok, senior legal counsel for Greengrass. I've been tasked with informing you of certain irregularities regarding your family's estate." Harry sat down across from the goblin, his heart pounding. What kind of irregularities? Ragnarok produced a scroll, not the prophecy scroll, but something newer, written in crisp black ink on official-looking parchment. "Your parents, James and Lily Potter, made certain provisions in their wills regarding your future. Provisions that were overlooked by the ministry officials who handled your case." "Overlooked?" Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. "How can you overlook a will?" "Easily, when the magical community believed you were dead." Ragnarok's eyes glittered with something that might have been contempt. "After the Dark Lord's attack, there was chaos. The ministry was in disarray. Many important documents were lost or misplaced. Your parents' will was one of them." Harry felt cold spreading through his chest. "What did the will say?" Ragnarok unrolled the parchment, scanning its contents with practiced efficiency. "Your parents appointed Sirius Black as your legal guardian in the event of their deaths. However, Black was imprisoned shortly thereafter, which rendered the appointment null and void. The secondary guardianship." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "The secondary guardianship was assigned to a pair of muggles by the name of Dursley. But there was a stipulation." "A stipulation?" "Your parents were aware of the Dursleys' prejudices," Ragnarok said delicately. "They included a clause that would revoke the guardianship if certain conditions were not met. Specifically, if the Dursleys failed to provide you with a proper magical education, or if they mistreated you in any way that could be proven by magical means." Harry's breath caught. "Are you saying—" "I'm saying," Ragnarok interrupted, "that the Dursleys may have violated the terms of their guardianship. And if they have, then the guardianship reverts to the next eligible party." "Which is?" Ragnarok's lips curled into something that might have been a smile. "Your legal spouse, Mr. Potter. Or, in the absence of a spouse, your closest magical relative. But as of yesterday—" He paused, letting the words sink in. "As of yesterday, you have a spouse. A legal spouse, recognized by both magical and muggle law." The room seemed to tilt around Harry. "You're saying Daphne is my legal guardian now?" "Under the terms of your parents' will, yes. The marriage covenant you entered into yesterday triggered a number of legal protections that were dormant, while you were considered a minor without a spouse. The Potter family's ancient protections are now active again, and they recognize Lady Greengrass as your next of kin." Harry's mind was spinning. "But we're 11. We're both 11. How can an 11-year-old be a legal guardian? The marriage covenant is older than any law governing wizarding society," Ragnarok explained. "When you entered into it willingly, you became an adult in the eyes of the ancient magic. The ministry may not recognize it, they may try to challenge it, but the magic itself is indisputable. The bond is real. The protections are real. And the legal implications are very real." He produced another scroll, this one covered in seals and ribbons that gleamed with protective enchantments. "This is a copy of the marriage contract as it was recorded by Greengrass. It confirms that you and Lady Greengrass are legally bound in all respects. You share property, magical rights, and legal responsibilities. In the eyes of the law, you are a single entity." Harry stared at the scroll, his hands trembling. "This is insane. We're children. We can't." "Children who have done something extraordinary," Ragnar interrupted. The marriage covenant is one of the oldest forms of magic in existence. It predates Hogwarts. It predates the Ministry. It predates almost everything in the wizarding world. And it does not care about age, or status, or any of the other trivialities that mortals concern themselves with. It cares only about intention, willingness, sacrifice. He leaned forward, his sharp eyes boring into Harry's. You willingly bound yourself to another soul, Mr. Potter. You offered your blood, your magic, and your future to protect someone you didn't know. That kind of sacrifice carries weight. That kind of magic cannot be undone. Harry felt the truth of the goblin's words in his bones. The bond with Daphne pulsed in his chest, warm and steady, a constant reminder of what he'd done. Does Daphne know about this? He asked. Does her family know? Lord Greengrass has been informed. Ragnar confirmed. He is currently in discussions with Gringotts regarding the legal implications. It appears that your marriage has also triggered certain protections for the Greengrass family. Ancient oaths that were sealed centuries ago. Harry's head was spinning. What kind of protections? Ragnar's expression grew somber. The Greengrass family has a long history, Mr. Potter. They were once one of the most powerful houses in Britain, second only to the Blacks in their influence. But they made enemies. Powerful enemies. And to protect themselves, they formed alliances with other families through marriage covenants. He paused, letting the words sink in. Your marriage has reactivated some of those alliances. The Potter family is now bound to the Greengrass family in ways that haven't existed for over a century. And that has consequences, both good and bad. Harry's heart sank. What kind of consequences? The good kind, Ragnar said, is that the Greengrass family now has access to ancient Potter magic. Vaults that were sealed for generations. Family grimoires that contain knowledge lost to the world. These are resources that can be used to protect both families. And the bad kind? Ragnar's eyes glittered. The bad kind is that the Dark Lord will be very, very angry when he finds out. He's been planning to claim Lady Greengrass since before she was born. Your marriage has stolen something from him, something he considers his by right. And Voldemort does not forgive theft. Harry felt the cold weight of those words settle over him. He'd known there would be consequences, of course he'd known. But hearing them laid out so plainly made the danger feel more real than ever. You need to tell Daphne, he said finally. She deserves to know everything. Ragnar nodded. Lady Greengrass has been summoned. She should arrive within the hour. Daphne arrived looking pale and shaken, her silver hair pulled back in a tight ponytail and her ice blue eyes bright with unshed tears. Lord Greengrass followed close behind, his aristocratic face set in grim lines that spoke of sleepless nights and difficult conversations. Harry, Daphne said, her voice barely a whisper. Did you know about this? About the legal implications? Harry shook his head. I found out this morning. The goblins told me about my parents' will, about the guardianship. The guardianship, Daphne repeated, a hollow laugh escaping her lips. I'm your legal guardian now. I'm responsible for you. That's insane. I know it's insane, Harry agreed. But it's also real. The magic recognized us. The goblins recognize us. And apparently, the law recognizes us too. Lord Greengrass stepped forward, his expression unreadable. There's more you need to know. The legal implications go beyond guardianship. The marriage covenant has reactivated something called the Greengrass Potter Alliance, an ancient pact between our families that was sealed over 800 years ago. Harry blinked. 800 years? The alliance was formed during the reign of King Edward I, Lord Greengrass explained. The Potters and the Greengrasses were among the most powerful magical families in Britain at the time. We banded together to oppose a dark wizard who was threatening to conquer the magical world. The alliance was sealed with blood magic, the same kind of covenant you and Daphne entered yesterday. He paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. The alliance grants certain rights and responsibilities to both families. Access to each other's vaults. shared magical knowledge, and, he hesitated, and protection against certain forms of dark magic. The covenant you entered into is a direct descendant of that original pact. Daphne's face had gone even paler. So our marriage isn't just about protecting me from the dark mark. It's about reviving an ancient alliance that hasn't existed for centuries? It's both, Lord Greengrass confirmed. The prophecy required a Potter to marry a Greengrass. The timing, right before you entered Hogwarts, wasn't an accident. The magic wanted to revive the alliance at the same time it protected you. Harry rubbed his temples, trying to process the information. So what does this mean for us? For Daphne and me? Lord Greengrass's expression grew serious. It means you're now the heads of two of the oldest magical families in Britain. Even at 11 years old, you carry more weight than most full-grown wizards. People will want your favor. People will want to use you. And people will want to destroy you. All because of a marriage we entered into to save Daphne's life, Harry said grimly. All because of that, Lord Greengrass agreed. And because of the power you now possess. The revelation that Harry and Daphne were now legally married and legally responsible for each other spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Within hours, owls began arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, letters from ministry officials, from concerned pureblood families, from reporters who smelled a scandal. Harry ignored all of them, retreating to his room with Daphne to discuss their next steps. We can't tell anyone at Hogwarts, Daphne said firmly, her voice steadier than Harry felt. If anyone finds out, especially the professors, they'll try to annul the marriage. Can they annul it? Harry asked. The goblins said it was permanent. The goblins also said the marriage was recognized by both magical and muggle law, Daphne pointed out. But the ministry has its own rules. They might try to contest it. They might claim we were too young to make a legally binding decision. They might claim we were coerced. But we weren't coerced, Harry insisted. We made this decision willingly. Both of us. The ministry won't care about that. Daphne's voice was bitter. They'll see two children who made a reckless decision and try to undo it. And if they undo it, the protection will be gone. I'll be vulnerable again. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then we don't let them undo it. We keep it secret. We keep it safe. And when we're older, old enough that they can't challenge it, we reveal the truth. And what about school? Daphne asked. We're going to be sorted into different houses. We're going to have different friends, different classes, different lives. How are we supposed to hide this when we're surrounded by hundreds of magical students? We figure it out, Harry said simply. We make it work. We have to. Daphne stared at him for a long moment, her eyes searching his face. Then, slowly, she nodded. You're right, she said quietly. We have to make it work. Because if we don't, if the ministry finds out and annuls the marriage, I'll become a Death Eater. And I'd rather die than become one of them. Harry reached out, taking her hand. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, a reminder that they weren't alone. We'll figure it out together, he promised. We're partners now. Remember? Daphne's lips twitched into a small smile. Partners. Right. The next 2 days were a whirlwind of preparations. Harry and Daphne met several times to discuss their strategy for Hogwarts. How they would act, what they would say, how they would keep their relationship secret. They agreed to pretend they barely knew each other, strangers who happened to be in the same year. They agreed to never be alone together in public, to avoid any behavior that might raise suspicion. And they agreed to trust each other with their lives. The bond will help, Daphne said during one of their meetings. The magic will warn us if something's wrong. I'll be able to feel if you're in danger, and you'll be able to feel if I am. Harry nodded, grateful for that small comfort. What about the legal stuff? The guardianship? We'll deal with that later, Daphne said. For now, we focus on getting through our first year at Hogwarts. We focus on staying alive and keeping our secrets safe. And we focus on each other, Harry added. Because that's what partners do. Daphne's smile widened, just a fraction. That's what partners do. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and clear, the kind of day that made Harry feel like anything was possible. He packed his trunk carefully, making sure to hide the prophecy scroll and the marriage documents in the enchanted compartment that Hagrid had shown him, a space that would only open to Harry's touch. "Ready?" Hagrid asked, his massive form blocking the doorway of the leaky cauldron's back entrance. "Ready," Harry confirmed, feeling a thrill of excitement mixed with nervousness. The journey to King's Cross Station was uneventful, save for Hagrid's constant muttered warnings about muggles and their strange machines. Harry found himself distracted, his mind wandering to Daphne and their shared secret. Would she be okay? Would she be able to keep the secret like he would? Would the other students notice anything strange about them? He pushed the thoughts aside, forcing himself to focus on the present. He had to be careful. He had to be smart. One wrong move, and everything they'd worked for would fall apart. The station was packed with muggles, all of them rushing to and fro with the frantic energy that Harry had always associated with the Dursleys. But this time, he was part of the magic, part of something bigger than himself. "Platform 9 3/4, Hagrid said, stopping between platforms 9 and 10. "Just walk straight at the barrier between the platforms, and it'll take ya right through." Harry hesitated, his heart pounding. "Just walk through?" "Just walk through," Hagrid confirmed. "Don't be afraid. It'll work." Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself. Then he pushed his trolley forward, straight at the barrier. The world spun around him, and suddenly he was on a different platform, surrounded by steaming trains and chattering students. A scarlet engine gleamed in the morning sun, its brass fittings shining like gold. The Hogwarts Express. Harry felt a surge of excitement so powerful it nearly knocked him off his feet. He was here. He was actually here, about to go to the school he dreamed about for years. "Harry!" He turned to see a familiar face, Ron Weasley, grinning at him from beside a compartment window. Harry waved, feeling a rush of warmth at the sight of his new friend. "Coming?" Ron called. "I've saved us a spot." Harry nodded, making his way toward the train. But before he could reach Ron's compartment, he felt a familiar warmth in his chest, the bond pulsing gently, telling him Daphne was nearby. He turned, scanning the platform, and spotted her standing with her parents near the front of the train. She looked composed, elegant, her ice blue eyes scanning the crowd with cool detachment. Then her gaze met his, and the composure cracked, just slightly. She gave him the barest nod, a gesture that no one else would notice, but that Harry understood perfectly. "We're in this together," it seemed to say. And then she turned away, following her parents toward the train's front carriages. Harry watched her go, his heart aching with a strange mix of emotions. Then he squared his shoulders, forced a smile onto his face, and climbed onto the train to join Ron. The compartment was already filling with students when Harry arrived. Ron's brothers Fred and George were there, along with a mousy-haired boy who looked like he was about to be sick. Harry squeezed into a seat beside Ron, his mind still half on Daphne and the weight of their shared secret. "This is Lee Jordan," Fred said, gesturing at the mousy-haired boy. "He's a first year too. Going to be the next big thing at Hogwarts, if his jokes are anything to go by." Lee managed a weak grin. "Nice to meet you. You're Harry Potter, right? The famous one?" Harry winced. "I'm just Harry." "Sure you are," Fred said with a wink. "Just Harry. The boy who lived. No big deal." Ron laughed, shoving his brother playfully. "Leave him alone, Fred. He's not used to the attention yet." "Definitely not," Harry agreed, grateful for the distraction. The train rattled and swayed as it carried them through the British countryside, and Harry found himself relaxing despite his nerves. Ron was good company, easygoing, loyal, and completely unaware of the weight Harry was carrying. "So what house do you think you'll be in?" Ron asked, offering Harry a chocolate frog. "I'm hoping for Gryffindor. My whole family's been Gryffindor. Dad says I'd be the first Weasley in Slytherin in centuries if I got sorted there." Harry shrugged, trying to look unconcerned. I don't really know. I just want to be somewhere where I fit in. Gryffindor's the best, Ron said firmly. Brave, bold, all that. Slytherins for dark wizards and Death Eaters. Hufflepuffs for the rest. And Ravenclaws for the smart ones. That's not exactly accurate, Harry said, recalling the stories he'd heard from the Greengrasses. There've been plenty of good wizards from Slytherin. And dark wizards from Gryffindor too. Ron blinked, clearly surprised. How do you know that? Harry froze, realizing his mistake. I read it in a book. Before I came to Hogwarts. I wanted to learn as much as I could. Bloody show-off, Ron muttered good-naturedly. All right then, if you're such an expert, what's the difference between a banshee and a werewolf? Harry laughed, grateful for the easy conversation. I don't know about that. But I do know that the Hogwarts founders were all different, and they each valued different things. Brave doesn't mean you're always right. And clever doesn't mean you're always good. Ron considered this for a moment. That's actually pretty deep. Did you really learn that from a book? Something like that, Harry said, thinking of the prophecy scroll, the goblins, the Greengrass family secrets. Something like that. The train ride seemed to take forever, the hours stretching out like molasses. Harry ate his way through a pile of sweets, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and tried to keep his mind off Daphne. But she was always there, at the edge of his consciousness, a warm presence that reminded him he wasn't alone. She was in the front carriage, he knew. He could feel her presence, the faint pulse of her magic through their bond. She was nervous, he could sense that too, but she was also determined, her resolve sharp and clear like the edge of a blade. He wished he could talk to her. Wished he could ask her how she was doing, what she was thinking, whether she regretted the choice they'd made. But that was impossible. They'd agreed to pretend they were strangers. And Harry was determined to keep that promise. The train began to slow, and a voice echoed through the carriages. We will be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your belongings on the train. They will be taken up to the schools separately. Harry's heart began to pound. This was it. This was the moment he'd been waiting for his entire life. Ready? Ron asked, his voice hushed with excitement. Ready, Harry said. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry followed Ron out onto the platform. The air was crisp and cool, smelling of pine and wood smoke, and the sky above was a deep, velvet black studded with stars. First years over here! A massive figure loomed out of the darkness, carrying a lantern that cast flickering shadows across the platform. It was Hagrid. His face split into a massive grin as he spotted Harry. Harry! Good to see ya! And Ron too, excellent, excellent! Follow me, everyone. We've got a short walk to the boats. Harry fell into step beside Ron, his heart racing. He could feel Daphne somewhere behind him, her presence a comforting warmth at the edge of his awareness. And then they reached the lake, and Harry saw it for the first time. Hogwarts. The castle rose from the cliffs like a dream, its towers piercing the night sky, its windows blazing with golden light, its walls shimmering with enchantments that made it seem almost alive. Harry's breath caught in his throat, his eyes drinking in every detail. It's beautiful, he whispered. Told you, Ron said, grinning. Wait until you see it from the inside. The boats glided across the lake, carrying the first years toward the castle's grand entrance. Harry sat in the back of one, his hand trailing through the cold water, and felt the bond pulse gently in his chest. Daphne was in the boat ahead of him, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. She was looking at the castle too, her expression a mixture of awe and something else, something that might have been fear. She's scared, Harry realized. She's scared of what's coming. He wanted to reach out to her, to offer comfort through the bond, but he held himself back. They had to be careful. They had to be smart. But he sent a pulse of warmth through the bond, a silent message that said, I'm here. I'm with you. You're not alone. Daphne's head turned, just slightly, and her eyes met his across the water. There was a flicker of gratitude in her gaze, and then she looked away, her composure restored. It was enough. The entrance to Hogwarts was everything Harry had dreamed of and more. The great hall was magnificent, a vast chamber lined with tables, lit by floating candles, and crowned by a ceiling that reflected the starry sky above. The ghosts floated through the walls, their translucent forms shimmering in the candlelight. The students chattered and laughed, their voices filling the hall with a warmth that made Harry feel like he'd come home. But he couldn't enjoy it. Not yet. Because the sorting was about to begin. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, holding a roll of parchment in her hands. Beside her, on a stool, sat the Sorting Hat, ragged, worn, and utterly unassuming. "First years," McGonagall announced, her voice ringing through the hall. "When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head. You will then be sorted into your respective houses." Harry's heart was pounding so hard he could barely hear the names being called. He watched as students approached the stool, one by one, and the hat shouted out their houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. And then, "Potter, Harry." The hall went silent. Harry felt every eye in the room turn to him, felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. He walked forward on legs that felt like rubber, his face burning with embarrassment. He sat on the stool, and the hat descended over his eyes. And then the hat spoke, its voice echoing in his mind. "Harry Potter," it said slowly, thoughtfully. "I have to say, this is quite interesting. Very interesting indeed. I can see your courage, your determination, but I also see loyalty. A fierce loyalty to those you care about. And hidden beneath it all, a dark secret. A bond. A marriage covenant of the oldest kind." Harry's blood ran cold. "Don't tell anyone," he whispered. "Please. It's important. It has to stay secret." The hat was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, it spoke again. "I have never encountered a bond like this, Mr. Potter. And I have been sorting students for over 1,000 years. The magic is remarkable. It has changed you. Made you into something different than what you might have been." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, his voice desperate. "What's happened to me?" "The marriage covenant has bound you to another soul," the hat explained. "It's altered your magic. Increased your capacity for protection. Made you more instinctual. More attuned to others' emotions. You're no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. You're something more." "Will that affect the sorting?" Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Perhaps," the hat said. "You still have all the qualities of a Gryffindor. Courage, boldness, a willingness to sacrifice. But you also have qualities that are well suited to Slytherin. Cunning, determination, a willingness to do what needs to be done to protect those you love." Harry felt a surge of panic. "What does that mean? Which house should I be in?" The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke again. "Traditionally, I would place a student like you in Gryffindor. Your courage is undeniable. But the bond, the marriage covenant, has changed you. It's made you more guarded. More strategic. More like a Slytherin. And I think, in this case, it's best to follow the magic." "What does that mean?" Harry demanded, his heart racing. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to place you where you need to be, Mr. Potter," the hat said. "Not where you want to be. Not where you think you belong. But where you can do the most good." Harry opened his mouth to protest. "Slytherin." The hall went deathly silent. Harry felt the hat being lifted from his head. He stared out at the sea of faces, seeing shock, confusion, and in some cases, outright hostility. The Slytherin table erupted into a smattering of applause, but even they seemed uncertain. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. A Slytherin. He walked toward the table on legs that felt like lead. He could feel the stares boring into him, could feel the weight of everyone's shock and disappointment. He was the first Potter ever to be sorted into Slytherin. And then he felt it, a warmth in his chest, soft and steady. Daphne's presence, reaching out to him through their bond. "I'm here," she seemed to say. "You're not alone." He sat down at the Slytherin table, trying to ignore the whispers that surrounded him. The Slytherins were watching him closely, their expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility. He was an unknown. He was a threat. And then Daphne's name was called. "Greengrass, Daphne." Harry watched as she walked toward the stool, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. She looked composed, elegant, utterly unruffled, but Harry could feel the nervousness vibrating through their bond. The hat descended over her eyes. A moment of silence. And then, "Slytherin!" Harry felt a surge of relief so powerful it nearly knocked him over. Daphne was in Slytherin too. They were in the same house. They would be able to see each other, to talk to each other, to work together without raising suspicion. She walked toward the Slytherin table, her expression as cool and unreadable as ever. But when she sat down a few places away from Harry, she caught his eye, and gave him the barest nod of acknowledgement. "We can do this," the nod seemed to say. Harry nodded back, forcing a smile onto his face. "We can do this." The feast was a blur of food and noise and overwhelming sensations. Harry ate mechanically, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. He'd been sorted into Slytherin, the house of dark wizards and Death Eaters. The house that had produced Voldemort himself. The house that everyone expected him to despise. And yet, the Slytherins didn't seem so terrible. They were proud, yes. Ambitious, definitely. But they were also loyal to each other in a way that Harry hadn't expected. They protected their own. They looked out for each other. Maybe that was something he could learn from. Daphne was seated a few places away, engaged in quiet conversation with a dark-haired girl named Pansy Parkinson. She looked comfortable, relaxed, her composure completely restored. But Harry could feel her through the bond, her nervousness, her determination, her fierce resolve to make this work. He sent another pulse of warmth through the bond. And felt her respond in kind. "We're in this together," the warmth seemed to say. "We'll make it through." Harry allowed himself to relax, just slightly. He had a partner. He had a plan. And he had a chance. Everything else was just details. The walk to the Slytherin common room was guided by a prefect named Gemma Farley, who explained the house rules with practiced efficiency. The common room itself was breathtaking, a vast chamber beneath the lake, with windows that looked out into the dark water, and a fire that burned with a green flame that seemed to flicker with hidden depths. "Your dormitories are through those doors," Gemma announced, gesturing to a pair of ornate entrances. "Boys on the left, girls on the right. Your trunks have already been delivered." Harry followed the other boys through the entrance, his mind still spinning. The dormitory was sumptuous. 4-poster beds with green velvet curtains, silver and emerald hangings, a warm fire crackling in the hearth. He found his trunk at the foot of one of the beds and collapsed onto the mattress, his body finally giving in to exhaustion. He was here. He was a Slytherin. He was married. And somehow, despite everything, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The night settled over the castle like a blanket. The Slytherin boys fell asleep one by one, their breathing evening out into the rhythmic sounds of deep slumber. But Harry couldn't sleep. His mind was too full. He lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, and felt the bond pulsing gently in his chest. Daphne was awake too, he could tell. Her magic was restless, swirling with anxiety and determination and a strange, fierce hope. He reached out to her through the bond, sending a wave of warmth. "Are you okay?" he asked silently, knowing she would understand. There was a moment of hesitation. Then he felt her response. "I'm okay. I'm thinking about everything. About what we did. About what's coming next." "It's going to be okay," Harry sent back. "We have each other. We have the magic. We'll figure it out." And then, a flash of amusement from her direction. "You really believe that, don't you? That we'll figure it out?" "I have to believe it," Harry sent back. "If I don't believe it, then I'll fall apart. And I can't afford to fall apart." Not when so many people are counting on me. There was a long silence. Then, so softly he almost didn't feel it. Thank you? For everything. For saving me. You don't have to thank me, Harry sent back. I did it because it was the right thing to do. That's exactly why I'm thanking you, she responded. Because you did what was right. Even when it wasn't easy. Even when it cost you everything. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I'd do it again. In a heartbeat. I know, she sent back. That's what makes you special, Harry. That's what makes you, you. The warmth between them settled into something soft and comfortable, like a blanket wrapped around both their souls. And for the first time since the sorting, Harry felt truly at peace. We're going to make it through this, he thought. We're going to survive. And we're going to build something worth protecting. Because that's what heroes did. They protected. They sacrificed. They fought for what was right, even when the odds were against them. And Harry Potter was tired of being helpless. He closed his eyes, let the warmth of the bond soothe him, and fell into a dreamless sleep. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Impossible Wedding. The water pressed against the windows of the Slytherin common room like a living thing, its movements casting shifting patterns of green and silver across the stone floor. Harry sat alone in one of the high-backed chairs near the fire, watching the play of light and shadow with unseeing eyes. It was the third day of term, and already the whispers had begun. Harry Potter. Slytherin. The boy who lived had betrayed everything his parents stood for. He'd heard it in the corridors, in the great hall, even from some of his own housemates. The Gryffindors looked at him with confusion and disappointment, as though he'd personally insulted them. The Hufflepuffs avoided his gaze entirely. The Ravenclaws studied him with cold, analytical curiosity. And the Slytherins watched him like a wolf pack watching a stranger who had wandered into their territory. They were waiting. Testing. Trying to decide if he was worth their time. Or if he was a threat that needed to be eliminated. But Harry didn't care about any of that. Not really. Because every time the whispers grew too loud, every time the stares grew too sharp, he felt a warmth in his chest that reminded him he wasn't alone. Daphne. She was at the other end of the common room, seated at a small table with a group of girls from their year. Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and Tracy Davis, all of them purebloods, all of them watching Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to contempt. But Daphne's presence in the bond was steady. Calm. A quiet reassurance that said, I'm here. I see you. You're not alone. Harry let out a slow breath and forced himself to focus on the book in his lap, a thick volume on the history of magical architecture that Professor Flitwick had recommended. The words blurred in front of his eyes, but he didn't care. Reading was better than thinking. Better than dwelling on the impossible situation he'd gotten himself into. The impossible wedding. That's what he'd started calling it in his mind. The ceremony that had bound him to Daphne Greengrass before he'd even set foot in Hogwarts. The marriage that had saved her from the Dark Mark but had also made him a target for every Death Eater in Britain. And now, 3 days into his first year, Harry was beginning to understand just how deep those consequences went. The first sign of trouble came during their first potions class. The dungeon was cold and damp, the walls lined with jars of preserved creatures that seemed to watch the students with glassy, malevolent eyes. Professor Snape stood at the front of the room, his black robes billowing like the wings of some great bat, and he looked at Harry with an expression of pure, undisguised hatred. Ah, Snape said, his voice a silken whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the room. The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Sorted into Slytherin, how unexpected! Harry felt the stares of his classmates boring into him. He kept his eyes fixed on his cauldron, his hands steady on the workbench in front of him. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class, Snape continued, prowling between the rows of desks. No silly incantations. I expect you to follow my instructions precisely, or you will find yourselves in detention for the foreseeable future. He paused beside Harry's desk, his dark eyes glittering with something that might have been amusement. "Mr. Potter," Snape said softly, "our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's mind went blank. He'd read about asphodel, hadn't he? In one of the books he'd purchased at Diagon Alley? But the answer wouldn't come, no matter how hard he tried to grasp it. "I don't know, sir," he admitted. Snape's lips curled into a thin smile. "Pity. It seems fame isn't everything, is it?" Behind him, Harry could hear the muffled snickers of some of his fellow Slytherins. He felt his face heat with embarrassment, but he forced himself to keep his expression neutral. "Let's try again, shall we?" Snape said, his voice dripping with false courtesy. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry racked his brain, but the answer remained elusive. "I don't know, sir." "The stomach of a goat, Mr. Potter." Snape's voice was cold as ice. "But perhaps you'd be better served spending less time basking in your fame and more time paying attention in class." He swept away, his robes billowing behind him, and Harry felt the weight of his classmates' stares like a physical presence. He knew they were watching him, waiting to see how he'd react. Waiting to see if he was weak enough to break. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. But when he glanced across the room, he saw Daphne watching him with something that might have been concern. Her face was carefully blank, her posture perfect, but the bond pulsed with a warmth that told Harry she was worried about him. "I'm fine," he sent back through the bond. "Just ignore him. It's not worth the attention." Daphne's expression didn't change, but the warmth in the bond intensified, just slightly. "He's an arrogant git," she sent back. "But you're right. Don't let him get to you." Harry forced a small smile onto his face. "I won't." But as the class continued, Harry found himself revisiting that moment again and again. Snape's hatred of him was obvious, but why? What had Harry ever done to the man except exist? It didn't matter, he told himself. What mattered was surviving. What mattered was keeping his secret safe. And that meant doing whatever it took to blend in. The first major test came during their first potions practical. They were supposed to be brewing a simple cure for boils, a relatively straightforward potion that even first years should have been able to handle. But Harry's cauldron had barely begun to heat before Snape was at his side, his dark eyes glittering with malice. "Potter," Snape said softly, "you've added the porcupine quills too early. This potion will explode within minutes unless you correct your mistake." Harry stared into his cauldron, his heart sinking. He hadn't added the quills yet. He was sure of it. The instructions called for them to be added at the very end, just before bottling. "Did you hear me, Potter?" Snape's voice was sharp. "I said you've added the quills too early. Unless you want to spend the next week in the hospital wing, I suggest you correct your error immediately." "I haven't added any quills yet, sir," Harry said, his voice as steady as he could make it. The dungeon fell silent. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, his eyes flickered to the cauldron. The potion was a pale shade of green, exactly as it should be at this stage of the process. "I see," Snape said, his voice soft and dangerous. "Perhaps the boy who lived is not as incompetent as he appears." "Very well, Potter. Continue with your potion. But I will be watching you." Harry's hands were trembling as he returned to his work. He could feel the eyes of his classmates on him, could feel the tension radiating from Daphne across the room. And then, faintly through the bond, he felt something he hadn't expected. Pride. Daphne was proud of him. Harry allowed himself a small smile and focused on the potion in front of him. If nothing else, he could prove to the Slytherins that he wasn't useless. Even if the Sorting Hat had been right about him. "Harry." The voice came from behind him as he walked through the corridor on his way to lunch. Harry turned, his heart racing, to find Daphne standing a few feet away, her expression carefully neutral. "Can we talk?" she asked, her voice low. "Privately." Harry glanced around the corridor. A few students were passing by, but none of them seemed to be paying attention. "Is it safe?" "Safe enough." Daphne gestured toward a narrow passageway that Harry hadn't noticed before. This way. She led him through a series of hidden corridors, her feet silent on the stone floor, until they reached a small alcove that overlooked the grounds. The view was breathtaking, rolling hills, dark forests, the glittering surface of the lake, but Harry barely noticed. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice urgent. "Is something wrong?" Daphne's composure cracked, just slightly. "I've been doing research. About our marriage. About the ancient magic that sealed it." Harry felt his stomach drop. And I found something." Daphne pulled a small book from her robes, its pages yellowed with age. "The Greengrass family library has several texts on ancient marriage covenants. I've been reading them in my free time, trying to understand what we've gotten ourselves into." She opened the book to a marked page, pointing to a passage written in faded ink. "The magic that binds us isn't just a contract," she explained. "It's a living thing. It responds to our emotions, our intentions, our commitment to each other. The stronger our bond, the stronger the magic becomes. And right now, our bond is still fragile." Harry nodded slowly. "Because we're strangers?" "Because we're strangers," Daphne confirmed. "The magic is there, we can feel it, but it's not fully developed. It hasn't been tested. It hasn't been strengthened by genuine trust and understanding. So what do we do about it?" Harry asked. "How do we make it stronger?" Daphne closed the book, her expression thoughtful. "We spend time together. We get to know each other. We trust each other. The magic needs something to latch onto, genuine emotion, genuine connection. If we can build that, the covenant will grow stronger." Harry considered this. It made sense in a strange way. The marriage was supposed to protect Daphne from the dark mark, but it couldn't do that if it wasn't strong enough. "So we need to become friends," he said. "Real friends." Daphne nodded. "Real friends. Partners, like you said." Harry held out his hand, palm open. "Then let's start over. I'm Harry Potter. It's nice to meet you." Daphne's lips twitched into a small smile. She took his hand, her fingers cool against his palm. "I'm Daphne Greengrass. It's nice to meet you too." The warmth of the bond pulsed between them, stronger than it had been before. Harry could feel something shifting, something growing, a connection that went beyond duty or obligation. "We should probably get back," Daphne said, releasing his hand. "People will notice if we're both missing for too long." Harry nodded reluctantly. "Same time tomorrow? We can meet here and I don't know. Talk. Figure things out." "I'd like that," Daphne said softly. "I really would." She slipped away through the hidden passage, her silver hair glinting in the dim light. Harry watched her go, his heart racing with a strange mix of emotions. He had a partner. A real partner. Someone who understood the weight of what they'd done, who shared the burden of their impossible secret. For the first time since the sorting, Harry felt like everything might actually be okay. The weeks passed, and Harry and Daphne grew closer. They met in the alcove as often as they could, stealing moments between classes and meals to talk, to laugh, to learn each other's secrets. Daphne told him about her family, her parents' expectations, her sister's ambition, the pressure she'd grown up with as the youngest daughter of a pure-blood dynasty. And Harry told her about the Dursleys. "You lived in a cupboard?" Daphne asked, her voice thick with horror. "For 10 years?" Harry shrugged, trying to downplay it. "It wasn't that bad. I had blankets. And my aunt and uncle gave me food. Most of the time." Daphne's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Harry, that's not okay. That's not how you treat a child." "I know," Harry said quietly. "But it's over now. I'm here. I'm safe." Daphne reached out, her hand brushing against his. "You're not alone anymore, Harry. You have me." The warmth of the bond pulsed between them, stronger and more vibrant than ever. Harry could feel her emotions, her anger at the Dursleys, her fierce protectiveness, her growing affection for him. And something else. Something deeper, more fragile. Hope. They were going to make this work. They had to. The first real test of their bond came during their first Quidditch match. Harry had been chosen as the Gryffindor Seeker, a decision that had shocked everyone, including Harry himself. He'd been flying for years, had flown since before he could remember, but he never thought of it as anything more than an escape from the Dursleys' cruelty. But on the Quidditch pitch, with the wind in his hair and the sun on his face, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. Freedom. And then the broom started acting strange. It was supposed to be a Nimbus 2000, one of the best brooms money could buy. But midway through the match, it began to buck and twist, trying to throw Harry off. He clung to the handle, his heart racing, as the broom shot upward and spiraled dangerously. He could hear the crowd gasping, could hear his teammates shouting in alarm. And then, through the bond, he felt something else. Daphne. She was terrified. Not for herself, for him. Her magic was surging through the bond, desperate and protective, trying to reach him, trying to help him. I'm here, Harry thought, not sure if she could hear him. I'm here. I'll be okay. And then something shifted. The bond pulsed with warmth, with power, and Harry felt a surge of strength that came from somewhere outside himself. The broom steadied. The bucking stopped. And suddenly Harry was in control again, diving toward the ground with the snitch in his grasp. The crowd erupted. The Gryffindors were cheering, the Slytherins were booing, but Harry barely noticed. All he could feel was the warmth of the bond, the strength of Daphne's presence in his mind. She'd helped him. She'd actually helped him. He glanced up at the stands, searching for her face. And there she was, in the Slytherin section, her expression carefully neutral but her eyes blazing with fierce pride. You did it, the bond seemed to say. You did it. Harry grinned, the widest grin he'd ever worn, and he knew, in that moment, that their bond was stronger than ever. That night, Daphne met him in the alcove again. What happened out there? She demanded, her voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. The broom, it was trying to kill you. I know, Harry said, his voice grim. Someone jinxed it. I saw Snape muttering something during the match, and I think... Snape? Daphne's eyes widened. You think Snape cursed your broom? I don't know what else it could have been, Harry said. The broom only started acting strange when he started muttering. Daphne's face went pale. We need to tell someone. Professor McGonagall. No. Harry shook his head firmly. We can't tell anyone. Not without proof. And even if we did, Snape has a lot of influence. The Ministry would probably believe him over us. Daphne stared at him, her expression a mixture of fear and frustration. So what do we do? Just let him keep trying to hurt you? Not exactly. Harry met her gaze, his eyes hard. We watch him. We learn his patterns. And we stay alert. Daphne nodded slowly. I can help. I can pay attention in class, look for anything suspicious. We can share information. Harry felt a surge of gratitude. You'd do that for me? Of course I would. Daphne's voice was soft, sincere. We're partners, Harry. That means we protect each other. The bond pulsed between them, warm and strong. Harry reached out, taking her hand, and felt the magic surge in response. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. Daphne squeezed his hand, her eyes shining in the dim light. Always. But the danger wasn't just from Snape. The second major test came during the Halloween feast, when a troll got loose in the castle. Harry and Ron had been on their way to warn Hermione Granger, a Gryffindor who'd locked herself in the girls' bathroom and was about to become a troll's dinner, when Harry felt a surge of terror through the bond. Daphne. She was in danger. He could feel it, could sense her fear like a physical presence in his mind. Ron, I have to go, Harry said urgently. Daphne. Daphne? Ron's eyes widened. What does she have to do with anything? And since when do you call her by her first name? Just trust me, okay? Harry was already running, his heart pounding. I need to find her. I'll meet you at the bathroom. He sprinted through the corridors, following the bond like a compass. Daphne's fear was growing, sharp and desperate, and Harry could feel his own magic responding, surging through him, ready to protect. He found her in a third-floor corridor, cornered by the troll. It was massive, its club raised high, and Daphne was pressed against the wall, her wand in her hand but clearly terrified. "Daphne!" Harry shouted, charging forward. "Get down!" The troll swung its club, and Harry dove out of the way, rolling across the stone floor. He could feel the bond pulsing with power, could feel Daphne's fear and his own determination mixing together into something stronger than either of them alone. "Together!" he shouted, reaching out his hand toward Daphne. "Cast with me!" She understood immediately. Her wand came up, aimed at the troll's face, and Harry raised his own wand. Stupefy! The spell erupted from both of their wands, merging into a single beam of light that struck the troll square in the chest. It staggered backward, its eyes glazing over, and then it collapsed in a heap, unconscious. Harry and Daphne stood there for a moment, panting, their magic still pulsing through the bond. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, his voice shaking. "I'm fine," Daphne said, her voice trembling. "Thanks to you." Harry felt his knees buckle. He collapsed to the floor, his body finally giving out, and Daphne rushed to his side. "What happened?" she demanded. "Harry. I'm okay," he gasped. Just exhausted. The magic, it took a lot out of me." Daphne's face was pale with worry. "The magic? What magic?" "Our combined magic." Harry met her eyes, his gaze steady despite his exhaustion. "When we cast together, it's stronger. But it drains us. It's like the bond is amplifying our power, but it takes energy to sustain." Daphne's eyes widened with understanding. "The marriage covenant. It's making us stronger when we work together." "Exactly." Harry forced a smile onto his face. "Which means we need to be careful. We can't use this power too much, or it'll exhaust us." Daphne nodded slowly. "I understand." But there was something in her voice, something that made Harry uneasy. "Promise me," he said, his voice serious. "Promise me you won't overuse the magic. I can't lose you, Daphne." "I can't. You won't lose me," she interrupted softly. "I promise. We're partners, remember? We protect each other." Harry let out a shaky breath and nodded. "Partners," he agreed. The aftermath of the troll incident was chaos. Professor McGonagall was furious, Dumbledore was strangely calm, and Harry and Daphne were both interrogated separately about what had happened. They told the same story. They'd heard a noise, gone to investigate, found the troll, and the professors seemed to accept it. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. Something was happening, something he didn't understand. The bond was changing, growing stronger, and he didn't know what that meant. And then there was Daphne. She was changing too, growing more confident, more determined. She was no longer just the quiet, composed pureblood he met in the leaky cauldron. She was becoming someone stronger, someone who could stand at his side in battle. Someone who could be his partner in more than just name. The weeks turned into months, and Harry and Daphne's bond grew stronger. They practiced their combined magic in secret, meeting in hidden corners of the castle to experiment with spells and techniques. They discovered that their magic was stronger when they were touching, that they could perform spells that would have been impossible for either of them alone. And they discovered something else, too. They were becoming friends. Real friends. The kind of friends who trusted each other with their deepest secrets, who knew each other's fears and hopes and dreams. "You know," Daphne said one evening, as they sat together in the alcove, "I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad we got married." Harry laughed, startled. "Really? Really?" Daphne's voice was soft, sincere. "I mean, the circumstances were terrible. I was terrified. I didn't know you. I didn't know what was going to happen. But now..." She paused, her eyes meeting his. "Now I can't imagine." My life without you. You're my best friend, Harry. My partner. The person I trust more than anyone in the world. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I feel the same way. I didn't think I'd ever have someone like you in my life. Someone who actually. He hesitated, then plunged on. Someone who actually cares about me. Daphne reached out, taking his hand. I care about you, Harry. More than I ever thought I would. The bond pulsed between them, warm and strong. Harry could feel her emotions, her gratitude, her affection, her fierce protectiveness, and knew that she could feel his as well. We're going to make this work, he said quietly. Whatever it takes. Daphne squeezed his hand. Whatever it takes. But darkness was gathering on the horizon. The whispers of Voldemort's return grew louder, more insistent. Harry could feel the tension in the castle, the fear that lurked beneath the surface of everyday life. And he could feel something else, too, something that came from the bond. Daphne was dreaming. Dark dreams, horrible dreams, dreams of a serpent and a shadowy figure and a mark on her arm that burned like fire. She woke screaming, her face pale and her body trembling, and Harry felt every moment of her terror through the bond. We need to be careful, he told her one night, his voice urgent. The dreams, they mean something. Voldemort is reaching out to you. He's trying to find you, to claim you. Daphne's face was white with fear. But the bond, the marriage, it should protect me. It does, Harry assured her. The dark mark can't touch you. But that doesn't mean Voldemort can't reach you through other means. He's powerful, Daphne. More powerful than either of us. Then what do we do? Daphne's voice was trembling. How do we stop him? Harry thought about it. Thought about the prophecy, the ancient magic, the bond that linked them together. We fight, he said finally. We survive. And we never, ever give up. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Together, she said. Together, Harry agreed. The final test came during their first encounter with the Dark Lord's memory. It was in the Forbidden Forest, during their detention with Hagrid. Harry had gone to investigate the creature that had been killing unicorns, and he'd found something he hadn't expected. Voldemort. Not the real Voldemort, a shade, a ghost, a pale imitation of the Dark Lord's former glory. But still dangerous. Still powerful. Still hungry for blood. Harry could feel the bond pulsing with fear, with desperation. He knew Daphne was feeling it too, knew she was terrified for him. I'm okay, he sent through the bond. I'm okay. Just stay where you are. And then he turned to face the shade, his wand raised. The battle was brief but brutal. The shade was weaker than Harry had expected, but it was still dangerous, still capable of killing him. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic surging through the bond, and felt Daphne's strength flowing into him. Together. They were stronger together. And when it was over, when the shade had fled and Harry was standing alone in the forest, he felt the bond pulse with warmth, with relief. I'm here, Daphne sent. I'm here. You're not alone. Harry smiled, despite everything. I know, he sent back. I know. The impossible wedding had changed everything. Harry and Daphne had entered the marriage as strangers, bound by duty and desperation. But now, after months of shared secrets and shared dangers, they had become something more. They had become partners. Friends. The kind of bond that could withstand anything the world threw at them. And when Harry looked back on that day in the vault, when he'd found the prophecy and made the choice that would change his life forever, he knew he'd made the right decision. Daphne Greengrass was worth saving. And Harry Potter was going to spend the rest of his life proving it. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Partners on the Hogwarts Express. The morning of September 1st dawned grey and drizzling, the kind of day that made London feel like a wet blanket had been draped over the entire city. Harry Potter stood on platform 9 3/4, his trunk at his feet and Hedwig's cage clutched in his hands, watching the scarlet steam engine billow clouds of white smoke into the damp air. He was nervous. It was ridiculous, really. He'd faced Voldemort's shade in the Forbidden Forest. He'd fought a troll. He'd survived the Dursleys. But standing here, about to board a train full of witches and wizards his own age, Harry felt like his heart was going to beat right out of his chest. Hagrid had already said his goodbyes, his massive face creased with emotion as he'd clapped Harry on the shoulder and told him to write. Now Harry was alone, scanning the platform for any familiar faces. And then he felt it. The warmth in his chest, pulsing gently like a second heartbeat. Daphne. He turned, searching the crowd, and spotted her near the front of the train. She was standing with her parents, her silver hair pulled back in an elegant knot, and her ice blue eyes scanning the platform with the same nervous anticipation Harry felt. Their eyes met across the crowd, and for a moment, everything else faded away. Daphne gave him the barest nod, a gesture so subtle that no one else would have noticed it. But Harry understood. It was their signal, their way of acknowledging each other without drawing attention. "We're in this together." Harry nodded back, just as subtly, and turned to find an empty compartment. He needed to think. He needed to prepare. Because in less than an hour, he'd be sitting across from Daphne Greengrass for the first time since the ceremony, pretending they were strangers who had never met. The idea of it made his stomach churn. The compartment Harry found was near the back of the train, small and quiet and blessedly empty. He stowed his trunk in the overhead rack, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, and stared out the window at the passing crowds. He could feel her approaching before he saw her. The bond pulsed with warmth, with nervousness, with determination. Daphne was making her way down the train, searching for an empty compartment. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that she was going to choose this one. The door slid open, and there she was. Daphne Greengrass stood in the doorway, her ice blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that was carefully, deliberately neutral. She was dressed in elegant robes of dark blue, her silver hair gleaming in the train's dim light, and she looked like she'd stepped out of a pureblood family portrait. "May I?" she asked, her voice cool and composed. "Everywhere else is full." Harry forced himself to nod, to keep his expression as neutral as hers. "Of course. There's plenty of room." She stepped inside, her movements graceful and deliberate, and settled into the seat across from him. She placed her own trunk in the overhead rack, a sleek, expensive-looking case that probably cost more than everything Harry owned, and then turned her attention to him. "Thank you," she said. "I was beginning to worry I'd have to sit with some of the more enthusiastic first years." Harry felt his lips twitch. "I know what you mean. There's a red-headed boy out there who's been talking non-stop about Quidditch for the past 10 minutes. Daphne's expression flickered, just a hint of amusement. "Ron Weasley, I presume. His family is quite loud. You know him?" "Of him." Daphne's voice was carefully neutral. "The Weasleys are one of the most prominent pureblood families, even if they've fallen on hard times. They're known for their loyalty to Dumbledore and their lack of social graces." Harry nodded slowly. "So you know a lot about the other families, then? All the pureblood politics?" Daphne's eyes sharpened, just slightly. "I know enough. The Greengrass family has been part of Wizarding Society for centuries. We know our history, our alliances, our enemies." She paused, her gaze flickering to Harry's face. "And we know about the Potters." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you know?" "I know your family is one of the oldest pureblood lines in Britain, even if you've been disconnected from that heritage. I know your parents were heroes who fought against the Dark Lord. And I know..." She hesitated, her composure cracking just slightly. "I know that what we've done is unprecedented. A marriage like ours hasn't been attempted in centuries. The consequences could be significant." Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her words. "You've been doing research." "Of course I have." Daphne's voice was sharper now, edged with frustration. "I couldn't just sit back and pretend nothing had changed. I needed to understand what we'd gotten ourselves into." "And did you? Understand?" Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she reached into her robes and pulled out a small, leather-bound journal. She placed it on the seat between them, her fingers lingering on its worn cover. "I found this in my family's library," she said quietly. "It's my grandmother's journal. She was the last Greengrass to enter into a marriage covenant, over 60 years ago. She married a man from the Rosier family to prevent a political scandal." Harry stared at the journal, his heart racing. What did she write about? Daphne's expression grew distant, almost haunted. She wrote about the bond. About what it felt like to be bound to someone she barely knew. About the confusion, the fear, the slow process of learning to trust. She paused, her eyes meeting Harry's. She also wrote about the power. The way the covenant amplified their magic, made them stronger together than they ever could have been alone. And she wrote about the cost. "What cost?" Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The cost of sharing your soul with another person." Daphne's voice was heavy with old sorrow. When you're bound to someone that deeply, you feel everything they feel. Their pain, their fear, their joy. You can't hide from it. You can't shield yourself. And when they suffer. She stopped, swallowing hard. When they suffer, you suffer too. Harry felt the truth of her words in his chest. He'd felt it already, in small ways, the echo of her emotions through the bond, the way her fear had become his fear during the troll attack. He could only imagine how much stronger that connection would become as they grew older. "Are you sorry?" he asked suddenly. "That you agreed to the marriage?" Daphne's eyes widened. "What? Are you sorry?" Harry repeated, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. "If you could go back, would you change your decision?" Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she shook her head. "No," she said quietly. "I'm not sorry. I'm terrified. I'm uncertain. I don't know what the future holds. But I'm not sorry." She paused, her ice blue eyes meeting his. "Because you saved me, Harry. You saved me from becoming something I never wanted to be. And I will never forget that." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest, not the bond, but something else, something deeper. Gratitude. Connection. The first stirrings of something that might, one day, become trust. "We're going to make this work," he said firmly. "We're going to figure out how to be partners. How to protect each other. How to—" he hesitated, searching for the right words. "How to be what we need to be for each other." Daphne nodded slowly. "Together. Together," Harry agreed. The train rattled and swayed as it carried them through the British countryside. Harry and Daphne sat in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts, the weight of their shared secret pressing down on them like a physical presence. "You know," Daphne said finally, breaking the silence, "if we're going to do this, if we're going to pretend we're strangers, we should probably act like it." Harry nodded. "What did you have in mind?" "We need to be seen together, but not too much. We need to interact with other people, build friendships and alliances that will deflect suspicion. And we need—" she paused, her expression thoughtful. "We need to establish patterns. Routines. Things that will make our behavior seem normal. You've thought about this a lot." "Of course I have." Daphne's voice was sharp, but not unkind. "I've had nothing but time to think about it. Do you know what it's like, sitting in your room for weeks, knowing that your entire future depends on a secret you can't tell anyone?" Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the long years he'd spent hiding his magic, hiding his true self. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I think I do." Daphne's expression softened. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's okay." Harry offered her a small smile. "We're both dealing with this. We're both trying to figure out how to make it work." Daphne nodded, returning his smile with one of her own. "We'll figure it out together." The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, and Harry felt something shift in his chest. The nervousness was still there, the uncertainty, the fear. But beneath it all was something new. Hope. The train ride passed in a blur of conversation and strategy. Harry and Daphne discussed everything: Their classes, their schedules, the people they need to watch out for. They agreed to meet in secret whenever possible, to share information and keep each other safe. And they agreed to trust each other. It was a simple thing, really. Trust. But for Harry, who had spent his entire life being lied to, it felt like the most important promise he'd ever made. "I have something for you," Daphne said, reaching into her robes. She pulled out a small, silver locket, its surface engraved with intricate runes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Harry stared at it. "What is it?" "An heirloom," Daphne explained. "It belonged to my grandmother. She passed it down to me after the marriage covenant was sealed. It contains a protection charm, one of the oldest in the Greengrass family. I thought you should have it." Harry shook his head. "I can't take that. It's yours. It's a family heirloom." "Exactly." Daphne pressed it into his hands, her gaze steady. "It's a family heirloom. And you're part of my family now. Part of the Greengrass legacy. You should have something to remind you of that." Harry looked down at the locket, tracing the runes with his finger. He could feel the magic in it, old and powerful, pulsing with protective warmth. "Thank you," he said quietly. "I'll keep it safe." "I know you will." Daphne's voice was soft, almost tender. "I trust you." Harry slipped the locket around his neck, tucking it beneath his robes. The metal was cool against his skin, but the magic inside it hummed with warmth, like a second heartbeat. "I trust you too," he said. "I don't know how to do this, any of this. But I trust you." Daphne's smile was the first truly genuine one he'd seen from her. "That's enough. That's more than enough." The train began to slow, and Harry felt his heart rate quicken. They were almost there. Almost at Hogwarts. The moment of truth. "Ready?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Ready," Daphne confirmed. "Remember, we're strangers. We barely know each other. We just happened to end up in the same compartment." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of their secret settle over him like a cloak. "Strangers. Strangers," Daphne agreed. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry followed Daphne out onto the platform, careful to keep his distance. The night air was cold and crisp, smelling of pine and wood smoke, and the stars above were bright as diamonds. First years over here!" Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform, and Harry felt a surge of relief at the familiar sound. He made his way toward the giant, his trunk in tow, and tried not to look at Daphne. But he could feel her presence through the bond, warm and steady, a constant reminder that he wasn't alone. "Harry!" Hagrid's face split into a massive grin. "Good to see ya! Made any friends yet?" Harry shrugged. "I met a few people on the train. A boy named Ron Weasley. And," he paused, careful to keep his voice casual, "and Daphne Greengrass. We sat together for a while." Hagrid's eyes flickered with something, recognition? Concern? But his grin never wavered. "Ah, the Greengrass girl. Fine family, that. Old blood, good stock." Harry nodded, feeling the bond pulse with amusement. Daphne was close enough to hear their conversation, and she was clearly enjoying his discomfort. "Follow me, everyone," Hagrid called out. "We've got a short walk to the boats." Harry fell into step with the other first years, his heart pounding with anticipation. Ahead of him, he could see Daphne's silver hair gleaming in the moonlight, a beacon in the darkness. And then they reached the lake, and Harry saw Hogwarts for the first time. The castle rose from the cliffs like a dream, its towers piercing the night sky, its windows blazing with golden light, its walls shimmering with enchantments that made it seem almost alive. Harry's breath caught in his throat, his eyes drinking in every detail. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "It really is," Daphne murmured, and Harry realized she'd fallen into step beside him. For a moment they stood together, gazing up at the castle in shared wonder. Then Daphne's composure snapped back into place, and she stepped away, her expression cool and distant. "We should probably get on the boats. We don't want to be left behind." Harry nodded, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the castle. Right. The boats. They climbed into separate boats, careful to maintain the pretense of distance. But as the boats glided across the lake, Harry felt the warmth of the bond between them, stronger and more vibrant than ever. This was it. This was the beginning of their new life. Together. The sorting ceremony was everything Harry had dreamed of and more. The great hall was magnificent, a vast chamber lined with tables, lit by floating candles, and crowned by a ceiling that reflected the starry sky above. The ghosts floated through the walls, their translucent forms shimmering in the candlelight. The students chattered and laughed, their voices filling the hall with a warmth that made Harry feel like he'd come home. But he couldn't enjoy it. Not yet. Because the sorting was about to begin, and Harry had no idea which house he'd end up in. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, holding a roll of parchment in her hands. Beside her, on a stool, sat the Sorting Hat, ragged, worn, and utterly unassuming. First years, McGonagall announced, her voice ringing through the hall. When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head. You will then be sorted into your respective houses. Harry's heart was pounding so hard he could barely hear the names being called. He watched as students approached the stool, one by one, and the hat shouted out their houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. And then, Greengrass, Daphne! Harry watched as Daphne walked toward the stool, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. She looked composed, elegant, utterly unruffled, but Harry could feel the nervousness vibrating through their bond. The hat descended over her eyes. A moment of silence. And then, Slytherin! Harry felt a surge of relief so powerful it nearly knocked him over. Daphne was in Slytherin. They would be able to see each other, to talk to each other, to work together without raising suspicion. She walked toward the Slytherin table, her expression as cool and unreadable as ever. But when she sat down a few places away from Harry, she caught his eye, and gave him the barest nod of acknowledgement. We can do this, the nod seemed to say. Harry nodded back, forcing a smile onto his face. We can do this. The names continued to be called, one after another. Harry waited, his heart racing, his palms sweating. And then, Potter, Harry! The hall went silent. Harry felt every eye in the room turn to him, felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. He walked forward on legs that felt like rubber, his face burning with embarrassment. He sat on the stool, and the hat descended over his eyes. Harry Potter, the hat said slowly, thoughtfully. I have to say, this is quite interesting. Very interesting indeed. I can see your courage, your determination, but I also see loyalty. A fierce loyalty to those you care about. And hidden beneath it all, a dark secret. A bond. A marriage covenant of the oldest kind. Harry's blood ran cold. Don't tell anyone, he whispered. Please. It's important. It has to stay secret. The hat was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, it spoke again. I have never encountered a bond like this, Mr. Potter. And I have been sorting students for over 1,000 years. The magic is remarkable. It has changed you. Made you into something different than what you might have been. What do you mean? Harry asked, his voice desperate. What's happened to me? The marriage covenant has bound you to another soul. It's altered your magic. Increased your capacity for protection. Made you more instinctual. More attuned to others' emotions. You're no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. You're something more. Will that affect the sorting? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Perhaps. The hat sounded thoughtful. You still have all the qualities of a Gryffindor. Courage, boldness, a willingness to sacrifice. But you also have qualities that are well suited to Slytherin. Cunning, determination, a willingness to do what needs to be done to protect those you love. What does that mean? Harry demanded, his heart racing. Where should I be? The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke again. Traditionally, I would place a student like you in Gryffindor. Your courage is undeniable. But the bond, the marriage covenant, has changed you. It's made you more guarded. More strategic. More like a Slytherin. And I think, in this case, it's best to follow the magic. What does that mean? Harry demanded. What are you going to do? I'm going to place you where you need to be, Mr. Potter. Not where you want to be. Not where you think you belong. But where you can do the most good. Harry opened his mouth to protest. Slytherin. The feast was a blur of food and noise and overwhelming sensations. Harry sat at the Slytherin table, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. He'd been sorted into Slytherin, the house of dark wizards and Death Eaters. The house that had produced Voldemort himself. The house that everyone expected him to despise. And yet, the Slytherins didn't seem so terrible. They were proud, yes. Ambitious, definitely. But they were also loyal to each other in a way that Harry hadn't expected. They protected their own. They looked out for each other. Maybe that was something he could learn from. Daphne was seated a few places away, engaged in quiet conversation with a dark-haired girl named Pansy Parkinson. She looked comfortable, relaxed, her composure completely restored. But Harry could feel her through the bond, her nervousness, her determination, her fierce resolve to make this work. He sent another pulse of warmth through the bond. And felt her respond in kind. We're in this together, the warmth seemed to say. We'll make it through. Harry allowed himself to relax, just slightly. He had a partner. He had a plan. And he had a chance. Everything else was just details. The walk to the Slytherin common room was guided by a prefect named Gemma Farley, who explained. The house rules with practiced efficiency. The Slytherin common room is located beneath the lake, she announced, her voice echoing off the stone walls. The password will change every 2 weeks. You will find it posted in the common room. If you forget it, you will be locked out until a prefect arrives to let you in. Do not attempt to bypass the password. It will not end well. Harry nodded, trying to remember everything she said. The common room itself was breathtaking, a vast chamber with windows that looked out into the dark water, and a fire that burned with a green flame that seemed to flicker with hidden depths. Boys' dormitories are to the left, Gemma continued. Girls to the right. Your trunks have already been delivered. Harry followed the other boys through the entrance, his mind still spinning. The dormitory was sumptuous. 4-poster beds with green velvet curtains, silver and emerald hangings, a warm fire crackling in the hearth. He found his trunk at the foot of one of the beds and collapsed onto the mattress, his body finally giving in to exhaustion. He was here. He was a Slytherin. He was married. And somehow, despite everything, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The night settled over the castle like a blanket. The Slytherin boys fell asleep one by one, their breathing evening out into the rhythmic sounds of deep slumber. But Harry couldn't sleep. His mind was too full. He lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, and felt the bond pulsing gently in his chest. Daphne was awake too, he could tell. Her magic was restless, swirling with anxiety and determination and a strange, fierce hope. He reached out to her through the bond, sending a wave of warmth. Are you okay? He asked silently, knowing she would understand. There was a moment of hesitation. Then he felt her response. I'm okay. I'm thinking about everything. About what we did. About what's coming next. It's going to be okay, Harry sent back. We have each other. We have the magic. We'll figure it out. And then, a flash of amusement from her direction. You really believe that, don't you? That we'll figure it out? I have to believe it, Harry sent back. If I don't believe it, then I'll fall apart. And I can't afford to fall apart. Not when so many people are counting on me. There was a long silence. Then, so softly he almost didn't feel it. Thank you? For everything. For saving me. You don't have to thank me, Harry sent back. I did it because it was the right thing to do. That's exactly why I'm thanking you, she responded. Because you did what was right. Even when it wasn't easy. Even when it cost you everything. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I'd do it again. In a heartbeat. I know, she sent back. That's what makes you special, Harry. That's what makes you, you. The warmth between them settled into something soft and comfortable, like a blanket wrapped around both their souls. And for the first time since the sorting, Harry felt truly at peace. We're going to make it through this, he thought. We're going to survive. And we're going to build something worth protecting. Because that's what partners did. They protected. They sacrificed. They fought for what was right, even when the odds were against them. And Harry Potter was tired of being alone. He closed his eyes, let the warmth of the bond soothe him, and fell into a dreamless sleep. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Secrets Beneath the Sorting Hat. The first morning at Hogwarts arrived with the soft grey light of a Scottish dawn filtering through the lake's surface, casting dancing patterns of green and silver across the Slytherin dormitory walls. Harry woke slowly, his body heavy with exhaustion, his mind still tangled in the remnants of strange dreams. For a long moment, he didn't remember where he was. The four-poster bed, the velvet curtains, the faint sound of water pressing against the windows, it all felt foreign, unreal. Then the warmth in his chest pulsed gently, and everything came flooding back. Daphne. The marriage. The sorting. Slytherin. Harry sat up abruptly, his heart racing. He was at Hogwarts. He was a Slytherin. He was married to a girl he barely knew, bound to her by ancient magic that neither of them fully understood. And somehow, he had to keep all of it secret. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and padded across the cold stone floor to the window. The lake pressed against the glass, dark and mysterious, and Harry watched the faint shapes of creatures moving in the depths. He wondered if Daphne was awake too, if she was feeling the same confusion and uncertainty that churned in his chest. The bond pulsed again, softer this time, and Harry felt a flicker of something through it. Not words, exactly. More like an emotion, a sense of determination, of resolve. She was awake. And she was ready to face whatever came next. Harry took a deep breath and began to dress. The Slytherin common room was already buzzing with activity when Harry emerged from the dormitory. Students of all ages clustered around the fire, their voices a low murmur of conversation and laughter. Harry felt their eyes on him as he crossed the room, felt the weight of their curiosity and suspicion. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Sorted into Slytherin. He kept his head down, his expression neutral, and made his way toward the entrance. He needed to get to the Great Hall, to find his place at the Slytherin table, to begin the long process of proving himself to his housemates. And he needed to see Daphne. The bond tugged at him as he walked through the corridors, a gentle pull that guided him toward her. He followed it without thinking, his feet carrying him through the labyrinth of stone passages until he reached the entrance to the Great Hall. And there she was. Daphne stood near the Slytherin table, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight, her ice-blue eyes scanning the room. With practiced composure. She looked elegant, untouchable, every inch the pure-blood princess she'd been raised to be. But Harry could feel the truth beneath the mask. The nervousness, the determination, the fierce hope that burned in her chest like a flame. She turned as he approached, her expression flickering with something that might have been relief. "Good morning," she said, her voice cool and neutral. "I trust you slept well?" Harry nodded, matching her tone. "Well enough." "You?" "Perfectly." Daphne's lips twitched, just slightly. "The Slytherin dormitories are quite comfortable." They stood in awkward silence for a moment, two strangers who were anything but. Harry could feel the weight of their secret pressing down on them, could feel the eyes of their housemates watching from the table. "We should probably sit," he said finally, "before people start wondering." Daphne nodded. "The table is open. We can sit near the end, it's less conspicuous." They made their way to the far end of the Slytherin table, taking seats that placed them at a slight distance from the other students. Harry could feel the stares, could hear the whispers, but he forced himself to ignore them. "So," he said quietly, reaching for a piece of toast. What's the plan? Daphne's expression remained composed, but her voice was low and urgent. We act normal. We make friends. We build alliances. And we never, ever let anyone suspect the truth. And the bond? Harry asked. What if someone notices? The bond is invisible to anyone who isn't part of it, Daphne said. My grandmother wrote about it in her journal. Unless someone is specifically looking for a marriage covenant, they won't see anything unusual. Harry nodded, relief washing through him. Good. That's good. It's not perfect, Daphne warned. The magic is powerful, but it can be detected by certain spells. We need to be careful. We need to avoid anything that might draw attention to the bond. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Like what? Like using the bond's power too obviously, Daphne said. If we combine our magic in front of anyone, they'll notice. They'll ask questions. And if they ask the right questions... She paused, her expression grim. If they ask the right questions, they might find out the truth. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing the information. So we keep our magic separate. We don't use the bond's power in front of anyone. Exactly. Daphne's voice softened. It won't be easy. But we can do it. We have to do it. Harry met her gaze, feeling the warmth of the bond between them. Together. Together, she agreed. The first day of classes was a blur of new faces and new experiences. Harry sat through herbology with Professor Sprout, learning about the proper care of mandrakes and their dangerous screams. He sat through charms with Professor Flitwick, learning the basics of the levitation charm. And he sat through transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, learning the theory behind turning matches into needles. But it was potions that proved to be the most challenging. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon like a dark cloud, his black robes billowing behind him, his eyes glittering with malice. He looked at the class with open contempt, his gaze lingering on Harry for a moment too long. Ah, Snape said, his voice a silken whisper. The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Sorted into Slytherin, how unexpected. Harry felt the stares of his classmates boring into him. He kept his eyes fixed on his cauldron, his hands steady on the workbench in front of him. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class, Snape continued, prowling between the rows of desks. No silly incantations. I expect you to follow my instructions precisely, or you will find yourselves in detention for the foreseeable future. He paused beside Harry's desk, his dark eyes glittering with something that might have been amusement. Mr. Potter, Snape said softly. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry's mind went blank. He'd read about asphodel, hadn't he? In one of the books he'd purchased at Diagon Alley? But the answer wouldn't come, no matter how hard he tried to grasp it. I don't know, sir, he admitted. Snape's lips curled into a thin smile. Pity. It seems fame isn't everything, is it? Behind him, Harry could hear the muffled snickers of some of his fellow Slytherins. He felt his face heat with embarrassment, but he forced himself to keep his expression neutral. Let's try again, shall we? Snape said, his voice dripping with false courtesy. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Harry racked his brain, but the answer remained elusive. I don't know, sir. The stomach of a goat, Mr. Potter. Snape's voice was cold as ice. But perhaps you'd be better served spending less time basking in your fame and more time paying attention in class. He swept away, his robes billowing behind him, and Harry felt the weight of his classmates' stares like a physical presence. He knew they were watching him, waiting to see how he'd react. Waiting to see if he was weak enough to break. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. But when he glanced across the room, he saw Daphne watching him with something that might have been concern. Her face was carefully blank, her posture perfect, but the bond pulsed with a warmth that told Harry she was worried about him. I'm fine, he sent back through the bond. Just ignore him. It's not worth the attention. Daphne's expression didn't change, but the warmth in the bond intensified, just slightly. He's an arrogant git, she sent back. But you're right. Don't let him get to you. Harry forced a small smile onto his face. I won't. But as the class continued, Harry found himself revisiting that moment again and again. Snape's hatred of him was obvious. But why? What had Harry ever done to the man except exist? It didn't matter, he told himself. What mattered was surviving. What mattered was keeping his secret safe. And that meant doing whatever it took to blend in. The first major test came during their first potions practical. They were supposed to be brewing a simple cure for boils, a relatively straightforward potion that even first years should have been able to handle. But Harry's cauldron had barely begun to heat before Snape was at his side, his dark eyes glittering with malice. Potter, Snape said softly, you've added the porcupine quills too early. This potion will explode within minutes unless you correct your mistake. Harry stared into his cauldron, his heart sinking. He hadn't added the quills yet. He was sure of it. The instructions called for them to be added at the very end, just before bottling. Did you hear me, Potter? Snape's voice was sharp. I said you've added the quills too early. Unless you want to spend the next week in the hospital wing, I suggest you correct your error immediately. I haven't added any quills yet, sir, Harry said, his voice as steady as he could make it. The dungeon fell silent. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, his eyes flickered to the cauldron. The potion was a pale shade of green, exactly as it should be at this stage of the process. I see, Snape said, his voice soft and dangerous. Perhaps the boy who lived is not as incompetent as he appears. Very well, Potter. Continue with your potion. But I will be watching you. Harry's hands were trembling as he returned to his work. He could feel the eyes of his classmates on him, could feel the tension radiating from Daphne across the room. And then, faintly through the bond, he felt something he hadn't expected. Pride. Daphne was proud of him. Harry allowed himself a small smile and focused on the potion in front of him. If nothing else, he could prove to the Slytherins that he wasn't useless. Even if the Sorting Hat had been right about him. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, meals, and whispered conversations. Harry learned to navigate the castle's shifting staircases and hidden passages. He learned the names of his classmates, Malfoy, Zabini, Parkinson, Nott, and began to understand the complex web of alliances and rivalries that defined Slytherin House. And he learned to read Daphne through the bond. It was subtle at first, a flicker of emotion, a pulse of warmth, a sense of her presence at the edge of his awareness. But as the days passed, the connection grew stronger. He began to understand her moods, her fears, her hopes. He began to know her in ways that went beyond words. And she began to know him too. It was strange, having someone who could feel what he felt. Harry had spent his entire life hiding his emotions, burying them deep where no one could see. But with Daphne, he couldn't hide. She could feel his pain, his fear, his joy. She could sense his doubts and his insecurities, the dark corners of his mind that he'd never shown anyone. And she didn't judge him for it. You're not alone, she told him one evening, as they sat together in a hidden alcove overlooking the grounds. I know it feels that way sometimes. I know you think you have to carry everything by yourself. But you don't. You have me. And I have you. Harry looked at her, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. How do you do that? He asked quietly. How do you always know what I'm thinking? Daphne smiled, a soft, genuine smile that transformed her face. Because I can feel it. Through the bond. I can feel your sadness, your fear, your hope. It's like there's a window into your soul, and I can see everything. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. That's terrifying. It's also beautiful. Daphne's voice was soft, sincere. I've never had anyone who could see me like this. I've never had anyone who could truly understand what I'm feeling. But with you. She paused, her eyes meeting his. With you, I don't have to pretend. I can just be myself. Harry reached out, taking her hand. I feel the same way. I've never had anyone I could trust like this. Anyone who could see the real me and not run away. Daphne squeezed his hand, her gaze steady. I'm not going anywhere, Harry. We're partners. Remember? Partners. Harry agreed, feeling the warmth of the bond settle around him like a blanket. Forever. But the bond wasn't always a comfort. Sometimes it was a burden. Harry discovered this during his second week at Hogwarts, when Daphne was struck by a curse during a particularly brutal dueling practice. It wasn't a serious curse, just a minor hex that left her arm numb for a few hours, but Harry felt it as though it had happened to him. The pain lanced through his arm like fire, sharp and sudden, and he gasped, dropping his wand. He could feel Daphne's shock, her confusion, her fear. And then he felt her realization, that he could feel what she felt, that the bond was transmitting her pain to him. Harry, she sent through the bond, her voice trembling with emotion. I'm okay. It's just a hex. I'll be fine. I know, Harry sent back, forcing himself to breathe through the pain. I know you're fine. It just caught me off guard. Daphne's presence in the bond grew warmer, more reassuring. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. You didn't scare me, Harry sent back. I wasn't expecting it. The pain in his arm began to fade, replaced by a gentle warmth that soothed the lingering ache. Harry took a deep breath, steadying himself, and picked up his wand. We need to be careful, he said. If you get hurt, I feel it. And if I get hurt, you feel it. We're connected now, in ways that go beyond magic. I know, Daphne sent back. I know. But we'll figure it out. We'll learn to manage it. Together. Harry nodded, though she couldn't see him. Together. The Sorting Hat's secret was the hardest thing to keep. Harry had thought about it constantly since the sorting ceremony. The hat's words, its revelation that the bond had changed him, made him different. He'd wondered what that meant for his future, for his place in the wizarding world. But he hadn't told anyone. Not even Daphne. He knew he should. She was his partner, his closest ally. She deserved to know everything. But something held him back, a fear that if she knew how much the bond had changed him, she might see him differently. And then, one evening, she confronted him about it. They were in their usual alcove, watching the sun set over the forbidden forest, when Daphne turned to him with a serious expression. Harry, she said, her voice quiet but firm. I need to ask you something. Harry felt his heart rate quicken. What is it? The sorting hat, she said. During the sorting. It said something to you. Something about the bond. I could feel it through our connection, your shock, your fear. What did it tell you? Harry hesitated, his mind racing. He could lie to her. He could make up some excuse, deflect her questions. But the bond pulsed between them, warm and insistent, reminding him that he couldn't hide from her. It said the bond had changed me, he admitted finally. Made me different. More. Slytherin. Daphne's eyes widened. Changed you? How? I don't know. Harry's voice was frustrated. The hat said I was more guarded, more strategic. More willing to do what needs to be done to protect the people I care about. It said the bond had made me something I wasn't before. Daphne was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she reached out and took his hand. Harry, she said softly. I don't care what the hat said. I don't care if the bond has changed you. You're still you. You're still the boy who saved my life, who married a stranger to protect her. You're still the boy who risked everything to do what was right. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. But what if I'm not the same person I was before? What if the bond is making me into something? Stop. Daphne's voice was firm, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. The bond doesn't make you anything. It reflects who you already are. The courage, the loyalty, the willingness to sacrifice, that was always there. The bond just brought it to the surface. Harry stared at her, feeling the truth of her words settling into his chest like a warm light. How do you know that? Because I know you, Daphne said simply. I've felt your heart through the bond. I've seen who you really are. And you're not a monster, Harry. You're not a villain. You're just a boy who got dealt a terrible hand and decided to make the best of it. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them away, swallowing hard. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for believing in me. Daphne smiled, squeezing his hand. I always will. That's what partners do. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months. Harry and Daphne navigated Hogwarts together, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They learned to read each other's emotions, to anticipate each other's needs, to support each other through the challenges of school and social life. But the bond was more than just emotional. They discovered this during a particularly difficult charms class, when Professor Flitwick assigned them to levitate a feather. Harry had been struggling with the spell, his feather refusing to rise more than a few inches off the desk. And then he felt it, Daphne's presence at the edge of his awareness, her magic flowing through the bond like a river of warmth. He focused on the feeling, letting her magic intertwine with his own, and cast the spell again. The feather shot into the air, hovering a full 3 feet above the desk. Harry stared at it, stunned. He could feel Daphne's pride, her joy, her sense of accomplishment. She'd helped him. She'd shared her magic with him, and together they'd done what neither could do alone. Excellent, Mr. Potter! Professor Flitwick exclaimed. 10 points to Slytherin! Harry barely heard him. He was too focused on the bond, on the warmth that pulsed between him and Daphne like a second heartbeat. We did it, he sent through the bond. Together. We did, she sent back. And we'll do more. Much more. Harry smiled, feeling a surge of hope unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He wasn't alone. He would never be alone again. And together, he and Daphne would face whatever darkness awaited them. But darkness was never far away. It came in the form of a whisper, a rumor, a shadow that moved through the castle's corridors at night. Harry heard it first from Draco Malfoy, who boasted during breakfast about his father's connections, about the Dark Lord's return, about the power that would soon be theirs. Harry kept his expression neutral, but his heart was racing. He could feel Daphne's tension through the bond, her fear that the darkness was closing in. And then, one evening, the darkness came for them. Harry was walking back to the Slytherin common room when he felt it, a surge of fear through the bond, sharp and desperate. Daphne was in trouble. He ran, following the bond like a compass, his heart pounding in his chest. He found her in a deserted corridor, cornered by a group of older students. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but Harry could see the wands in their hands, could feel the hostility radiating from them. Daphne! He shouted, charging forward. Get away from her! The students turned, their wands raised. But Harry didn't hesitate. He cast the first spell that came to mind, a disarming charm, and felt Daphne's magic flowing through the bond, strengthening his own. The spell exploded from his wand, bright and powerful, and struck one of the students square in the chest. He flew backward, crashing into the wall, and his companions scattered in confusion. Harry grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her after him, racing through the corridors until they reached safety. What happened? He demanded, his voice shaking. Who were they? Daphne's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know. They came out of nowhere. They said. She hesitated, her voice trembling. They said they knew about us. About the marriage. They said I was a target. Harry felt cold wash over him. How could they know? We've been so careful. I don't know. Daphne's voice was desperate. But they knew, Harry. They knew about the bond, about the protection. They said the Dark Lord would claim me, no matter what we did. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. They won't touch you, he said fiercely. I won't let them. We'll find out who they are. We'll stop them. I promise. Daphne clung to him, her body trembling. I'm scared, Harry. I'm so scared. I know, Harry said softly, stroking her hair. I'm scared too. But we'll get through this. Together. We always do. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they weren't alone. And for a moment, the fear receded, replaced by something stronger. Hope. Harry and Daphne spent the next few days in a state of heightened alert, watching for any sign of the attackers. But the students who'd confronted Daphne seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace of their presence. It was Dumbledore who finally offered an explanation. He summoned Harry and Daphne to his office one evening, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. The room was filled with strange artifacts and whirring silver instruments, and the portrait of a sleeping witch snored softly in the corner. Harry, Daphne, Dumbledore said, gesturing for them to sit. Thank you for coming. I understand you've had a difficult experience. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. Who were they, Professor? How did they know about your marriage? Dumbledore's expression grew serious. I'm afraid I don't have all the answers. But I can tell you this, the attack was not random. Someone at this school knows about your bond. Someone wants to test its strength. Daphne's face went pale. Who would do that? Who would want to hurt us? Dumbledore's eyes flickered with something that might have been sadness. There are forces at work in this school, my dear. Forces that I have not been able to control. The Dark Lord's influence reaches farther than any of us would like to admit. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. So what do we do? How do we protect ourselves? Dumbledore smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile. You protect each other. The bond you share is powerful, more powerful than you realize. It has the potential to shield you from dangers that would destroy lesser witches and wizards. But how? Harry demanded. How do we use it to protect ourselves? The bond is strongest when you trust each other, Dumbledore said. When you work together, when you support each other, the magic grows stronger. It's not just about the covenant, it's about the connection you've built. The friendship, the trust, the love. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in shared understanding. They had built something special, something that went beyond duty or obligation. They had built a partnership that could withstand anything the world threw at them. Thank you, Professor, Harry said quietly. We'll protect each other. We promise. Dumbledore nodded, his smile broadening. I know you will. You're remarkable young people, both of you. I have great faith in you. As Harry and Daphne left the office, the bond pulsed between them, warm and strong. They had faced danger and survived. They had faced fear and conquered it. And together they would face whatever came next. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Ancient Marriage Magic. The first sign that something had changed came 3 weeks into the term, during a particularly brutal defense against the dark arts. Lesson. Professor Quirrell had set up a series of obstacles designed to test their reflexes: spinning blades, enchanted ropes, and a particularly nasty hex that caused temporary paralysis. Harry had been struggling with the paralysis hex all morning, his body seizing up every time the spell struck him. And then, without warning, he dodged it. Not through skill, not through practice, but through instinct. His body moved before his mind could catch up, twisting sideways in a way that should have been impossible. The hex sailed past him, striking the wall behind him, and Harry found himself standing in the middle of the training room, gasping for breath. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Excellent reflexes, Mr. Potter, Professor Quirrell stammered, his turban wobbling precariously. T10 points to Slytherin. Harry nodded absently, his mind racing. He hadn't seen the hex coming. He hadn't even been thinking about dodging it. His body had just moved. And then he felt it, a pulse of warmth through the bond, followed by a flash of something that felt like satisfaction. Daphne. She was standing across the room, her wand still raised, her expression carefully neutral. But through the bond, Harry could feel her presence, her magic, her influence on him. She'd helped him dodge the hex. She'd shared her reflexes with him, the same way she'd shared her magical strength during the troll attack. The bond was growing stronger. Harry filed the discovery away, determined to explore it later. But as the lesson continued, he couldn't help noticing other changes, small things, subtle things, but undeniable nonetheless. He could feel the magic in the air around him, could sense the spells before they were cast, could anticipate his opponent's movements with an accuracy that bordered on prescience. It was the bond. It had to be. That evening, Harry and Daphne met in their usual alcove, their faces lit by the dying sunlight that streamed through the window. "Did you feel it?" Harry asked, his voice low and urgent. "During the lesson, I dodged that hex because of you, didn't I?" Daphne nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "I felt it too. I could sense the hex coming, could feel your intention to dodge it. I just pushed through the bond. And your body responded. That's incredible." Harry breathed. "We can share reflexes. We can share magical strength. What else can we do?" Daphne pulled out her grandmother's journal, flipping through the pages until she found the section she was looking for. "My grandmother wrote about this. The bond doesn't just connect us emotionally, it connects us magically. We can share strength, reflexes, even knowledge if we're close enough." "Knowledge?" Harry's eyes widened. "How does that work?" "I'm not entirely sure," Daphne admitted. "But my grandmother wrote about a time when she was studying for her newts, and she could feel her husband's knowledge of potions flowing through the bond. She'd never studied potions before, but suddenly she understood complex concepts she'd never learned." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. "So we can learn from each other? We can access each other's knowledge?" "Apparently." Daphne's voice was tinged with wonder. "The bond is designed to make us stronger together. It's not just about protection, it's about partnership. True partnership, on every level." Harry sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the information. The marriage covenant wasn't just a shield, it was a gift. A gift that could make them stronger, smarter, more capable than they ever could have been alone. "We need to practice," he said finally. "We need to learn how to use this power. We need to understand its limits." Daphne nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I agree. But we need to be careful. If anyone finds out what we can do, they'll ask questions," Harry finished. "Questions we can't answer." "Exactly." Daphne closed the journal, tucking it back into her robes. "So, we practice in secret. We meet here late at night, when no one else is around. We push the bond as far as we can, find its limits, learn how to control it." Harry felt a surge of excitement. "When do we start?" Daphne smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed her face. "Tonight." The first practice session was a revelation. Harry and Daphne sat facing each other in the alcove, their hands clasped together, their eyes closed. They focused on the bond, on the warmth that pulsed between them, and tried to push it further. Harry felt Daphne's magic flow into him, cold and sharp, like winter air. It mingled with his own magic, warm and bright, and together they formed something new. Something stronger. "Can you feel that?" Harry whispered. "It's like our magic is dancing together." Daphne nodded, her voice equally hushed. "I feel it too. It's beautiful." They experimented with different types of magic, defensive spells, offensive spells, even simple charms like the Lumos charm. With each attempt, they discovered something new about their bond. They could cast spells together, combining their magic into a single, more powerful beam. They could share the burden of complex spells, each contributing their strength to the effort. And they could amplify each other's abilities, making them faster, stronger, more precise. By the end of the session, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. "We can do so much," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "We can be so much more than we ever could have been alone." Daphne nodded, her expression equally awed. "My grandmother wrote that the bond could make 2 witches or wizards stronger than any single magical practitioner. She wasn't exaggerating." Harry smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the bond. Partners, he said softly. Partners, Daphne agreed. But the bond wasn't just about power. It was also about connection. Harry discovered this one night when he woke from a nightmare, his heart pounding, his body drenched in sweat. He dreamed of Voldemort, the shade in the Forbidden Forest, the green light of the killing curse, the cold laughter that echoed through his mind. And then he felt it, a pulse of warmth through the bond, followed by a voice in his mind that was soft and reassuring. Harry? Are you okay? He closed his eyes, focusing on the bond, and felt Daphne's presence. She was awake too, her consciousness reaching out to him through the darkness. I had a nightmare, he sent back. About Voldemort. About the forest. I know, she sent back. I felt it. I felt your fear. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. You didn't wake me, she sent. I was already awake. I've been having nightmares too. Harry felt a surge of sympathy. About what? About the dark mark. About becoming what I was meant to be. About losing myself to the darkness. Harry's heart ached for her. You won't lose yourself, he sent fiercely. I won't let you. We won't let you. I know, she sent back. I know. That's why I'm not afraid anymore. Because I have you. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I have you too. And I'll never let you go. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they weren't alone. And for the first time in a long time, Harry felt truly at peace. As the weeks passed, Harry and Daphne's bond grew stronger. They practiced their combined magic every chance they got, meeting in secret to push the limits of their connection. They discovered new abilities. The ability to sense each other's presence across the castle, the ability to share emotions even when they were far apart, the ability to combine their magical power to perform spells that would have been impossible alone. And they discovered something else, too. They were becoming something more than partners. Something deeper than friends. Harry found himself looking forward to their meetings with a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. He found himself noticing the way Daphne's hair caught the light, the way her eyes sparkled when she laughed, the way her presence made him feel complete. And Daphne, he could tell, was feeling the same way. I never expected this, she told him one evening, as they sat together watching the stars through the alcove's window. When I agreed to the marriage, I thought it would be a burden. A duty. Something I had to endure to survive. Harry nodded slowly. I felt the same way. I thought I was making a sacrifice. Giving up my future to save someone else. But now... Daphne paused, her eyes meeting his. Now it doesn't feel like a sacrifice at all. It feels like I was meant to find you. Like the magic was leading us to each other. Harry felt his heart race. I feel that too. It's like we were always supposed to be together. Like the bond was just waiting for us to discover it. Daphne reached out, her fingers brushing against his. Maybe it was. Maybe the prophecy wasn't just about saving me. Maybe it was about bringing us together. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. Maybe it was. And maybe... He hesitated, his heart pounding. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Daphne smiled, a soft, genuine smile that made his breath catch. Maybe it's the best thing that ever happened to us. Harry leaned in, his forehead touching hers. I think it is, he whispered. I really think it is. They stayed like that for a long moment, their bodies close, their magic intertwining through the bond. And for the first time since the wedding, Harry felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. But the bond wasn't just about joy. It was also about pain. Harry discovered this one afternoon when Daphne was struck by a curse during a particularly brutal dueling practice. It wasn't a serious curse, just a minor hex that left her arm numb for a few hours, but Harry felt it as though it had happened to him. The pain lanced through his arm like fire, sharp and sudden, and he gasped, dropping his wand. He could feel Daphne's shock, her confusion, her fear. And then he felt her realization, that he could feel what she felt, that the bond was transmitting her pain to him. Harry, she sent through the bond, her voice trembling with emotion. I'm okay. It's just a hex. I'll be fine. I know, Harry sent back, forcing himself to breathe through the pain. I know you're fine. It just caught me off guard. Daphne's presence in the bond grew warmer, more reassuring. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. You didn't scare me, Harry sent back. I wasn't expecting it. The pain in his arm began to fade, replaced by a gentle warmth that soothed the lingering ache. Harry took a deep breath, steadying himself, and picked up his wand. We need to be careful, he said. If you get hurt, I feel it. And if I get hurt, you feel it. We're connected now, in ways that go beyond magic. I know, Daphne sent back. I know. But we'll figure it out. We'll learn to manage it. Together. Harry nodded, though she couldn't see him. Together. The bond's protective nature became apparent during another attack. Harry and Daphne were walking through the corridors on their way to Charms when a group of older students ambushed them. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but Harry could see the wands in their hands, could feel the hostility radiating from them. Leave her alone, Harry said, his voice steady. She's done nothing to you. One of the students laughed, a cold, cruel sound. The little princess is a traitor to her blood. She's marrying a half-blood, tainting the Greengrass line. The Dark Lord won't forgive her for that. Harry felt a surge of protective fury. You'll have to go through me. That can be arranged. The students raised their wands, and Harry felt the bond pulse with power. He could sense Daphne's magic flowing into him, could feel her determination to protect him, to fight beside him. Together. They cast their spells as one, their magic combining into a single, blinding beam of light. It struck the students with the force of a hurricane, sending them flying backward into the wall. They collapsed in a heap, groaning, their wands scattered across the floor. Harry and Daphne stood panting in the aftermath, their magic still crackling through the bond. Are you okay? Daphne asked, her voice shaking. I'm fine, Harry said, his heart pounding. You? I'm fine. Daphne's voice was steadier now, her composure returning. That was amazing, Harry finished. Our magic together, it's so much stronger than we are alone. Daphne nodded, her eyes shining with pride. The bond protects us. It makes us stronger. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of her presence through the bond. We protect each other. Always, Daphne agreed. As the term progressed, Harry and Daphne began to notice other manifestations of the bond's power. Ancient family wards began awakening around them. It started small, a glow of light around Harry's locket, a warmth that spread through his chest when he entered certain rooms. Then the wards grew stronger, more visible, and Harry realized they were connected to his family's ancient magic. The Potter family had once been one of the most powerful wizarding families in Britain. They had wards, protective spells that had been woven into their bloodline for centuries. And now, through the bond, those wards were awakening. It's the marriage, Daphne explained, her voice hushed with wonder. The Covenant is activating dormant magic in both our families. The Greengrass wards are awakening too. I can feel them, pulsing through the bond. Harry looked down at his hands, watching the faint glow of magic that danced across his skin. What does it mean? It means we're connected to something older than we can imagine, Daphne said. Something powerful. Something that can protect us from dangers we don't even know exist. Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her words. We need to learn more. We need to understand what we've awakened. Daphne agreed. I'll research the Greengrass wards. You research the Potter wards. Together, we'll figure out what they can do. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of the bond between them. Together. The research was slow and painstaking. Harry spent hours in the library, reading through ancient texts on family magic and bloodline wards. Daphne did the same, her grandmother's journal providing valuable insights into the Greengrass family's magical history. And slowly, they began to understand. The wards were protective spells that had been woven into their families' bloodlines for centuries. They were designed to shield their bearers from dark magic, to warn them of danger, to strengthen them in times of need. And now, through the bond, the wards were awakening, combining to create something even more powerful. "It's incredible," Harry said one evening, as they sat together in the alcove. "The magic is so old, so deep. It's like it's been waiting for us." Daphne nodded, her eyes gleaming. "My grandmother wrote that the Greengrass wards hadn't been fully active for over a century. They were dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And now," she paused, her expression filled with wonder. "Now they're awake because of us." Harry felt a surge of pride. "We did this. We brought the wards back to life. We did." Daphne's voice was soft, sincere. "And together, we can use them to protect ourselves. To protect everyone we care about." Harry reached out, taking her hand. "We'll do it together. Like we always do." Daphne squeezed his hand, her smile bright and genuine. "Like we always will." The ancient marriage magic continued to reveal itself in unexpected ways. Harry discovered that he could sense Daphne's presence anywhere in the castle, a warm glow in his chest that guided him toward her. He discovered that he could share his strength with her, lending her his magical power when she was exhausted. He discovered that their spells were more powerful when they cast them together, their combined magic creating effects that would have been impossible alone. And he discovered that the bond was changing him in ways he didn't fully understand. He was more confident now, more decisive. He could feel Daphne's influence in his mind, her strength flowing through him, her resolve shaping his actions. He was becoming someone new, someone stronger, smarter, more capable than the boy who'd climbed off a train at Hogsmeade Station. "Are you worried?" Daphne asked one evening, her voice tinged with concern. "About the bond changing you?" Harry considered the question carefully. "A little," he admitted. "I don't want to lose myself. I don't want to become someone I don't recognize." Daphne reached out, her hand touching his cheek. "You won't lose yourself, Harry. The bond doesn't change who you are, it reveals it. It brings out the best in you, the parts of you that were always there but hidden." Harry leaned into her touch, feeling the warmth of her presence through the bond. "How do you know that?" "Because I see you," Daphne said softly. "I see the real you through the bond. And you're beautiful, Harry. You're kind and brave and loyal. The bond just makes those qualities stronger." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for believing in me." Daphne smiled, her eyes shining with emotion. "I always will. That's what partners do." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they weren't alone. They were partners. They were family. And together, they could face anything. The ancient marriage magic had given them gifts beyond anything they'd imagined. Strength, connection, protection, all of it was theirs, woven into the bond that bound them together. But the greatest gift of all was each other. Harry looked at Daphne, at the girl who had become his partner, his friend, his family. He thought about the prophecy that had brought them together, the ceremony that had bound them, the magic that had made them stronger. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that he would never regret the choice he'd made. Daphne Greengrass was worth saving. But she was more than that. She was worth fighting for, worth protecting, worth loving. And Harry Potter was going to spend the rest of his life proving it. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Greengrass Conspiracy. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by a sleek gray owl that looked far too elegant to be delivering mail to a first-year Slytherin. Harry was halfway through his breakfast when the bird landed in front of him, its golden eyes fixed on his face with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. He took the letter, his fingers trembling slightly as he broke the emerald wax seal. The parchment was thick and expensive, the handwriting elegant and precise. "Mr. Potter. I trust this letter finds you well. I write to inform you of a matter of great importance regarding the Greengrass family and our shared interests. There are forces at work that threaten not only my daughter's safety but also the ancient covenant that binds our houses together. Asterisk. Asterisk. I would be grateful if you could find time to meet with me at your earliest convenience. I will be in Hogsmeade on Saturday next. Please come alone and tell no one of this meeting. Asterisk. Your servant, Lord Cyrus Greengrass. Harry read the letter twice, his heart racing. Lord Greengrass wanted to meet with him. In secret. About something that threatened the covenant. He glanced across the table, catching Daphne's eye. She was watching him with a mixture of curiosity and concern, her expression carefully neutral but her emotions pulsing through the bond like a storm. What is it she sent through the bond? What does the letter say? Asterisk. Your father wants to meet with me. Asterisk. Harry sent back. Asterisk. In Hogsmeade. He says there's something threatening the covenant. Asterisk. Daphne's face went pale. Asterisk. Threatening the covenant? How? Asterisk. I don't know. Harry's voice was grim. But I'm going to find out. The week passed slowly, each day stretching into an eternity of anticipation and worry. Harry threw himself into his studies, trying to distract himself from the weight of Lord Greengrass's letter. But the words haunted him, echoing through his mind at odd moments. There are forces at work that threaten not only my daughter's safety but also the ancient covenant that binds our houses together. What forces? What could possibly threaten a covenant that had been sealed by ancient magic, witnessed by goblins, and protected by the oldest laws of wizardkind? Harry had no answers. But he was determined to find them. Saturday dawned grey and overcast, the kind of day that made the Scottish countryside look like something out of a Gothic novel. Harry slipped out of the castle early, using a hidden passage that Daphne had discovered during their explorations of Hogwarts' secrets. The walk to Hogsmeade was cold and damp, but Harry barely noticed. His mind was consumed by the meeting ahead, by the questions that had been plaguing him all week. The Three Broomsticks was busy when he arrived, filled with students and townsfolk enjoying the warmth of the fire and the comfort of butterbeer. Harry scanned the crowd, searching for Lord Greengrass's familiar face. He found him in a private booth at the back of the pub, his aristocratic features composed into an expression of grave concern. A half-empty glass of fire whiskey sat on the table in front of him, and his hands were clasped tightly together. "Mr. Potter," Lord Greengrass said, gesturing for Harry to sit. "Thank you for coming. I know this is an inconvenience." Harry slid into the booth across from him, his heart pounding. "What's going on? Your letter said something about forces threatening the covenant." Lord Greengrass nodded slowly, his eyes flickering with something that might have been fear. "I've discovered something, Mr. Potter. Something that changes everything." "What is it?" Lord Greengrass reached into his robes, pulling out a sheaf of documents covered in faded ink and official seals. He spread them across the table, his fingers tracing the words as though they were sacred. "These are records from the Greengrass family archives," he said quietly. "Records that have been sealed for over a decade. Records that reveal a conspiracy, a plot that was set in motion long before you were born." Harry leaned forward, his eyes scanning the documents. "What kind of conspiracy?" Lord Greengrass's voice was heavy with old sorrow. "When Daphne was born, certain members of the wizarding community took notice. They saw her potential, her power, her connection to the old magic. And they made plans for her. Plans that I knew nothing about until recently." Harry's blood ran cold. "Plans for what?" "To claim her." Lord Greengrass's hands were trembling. "To mark her with the Dark Lord's symbol and bind her to his service. They saw her as a prize, a tool, a weapon to be used against our family and our allies." Harry felt a surge of protective fury. Who would do something like that? Lord Greengrass's expression grew even grimmer. "I don't have all the names yet. But I've discovered enough to know that the conspiracy reaches deep into the wizarding world. There are families, powerful families, who have been working to bring Daphne into the Dark Lord's fold since before she could walk." Harry stared at him, his mind racing. "So when we got married? When you got married, you disrupted years of careful planning." Lord Greengrass's voice was sharp with urgency. The conspirators expected Daphne to be marked before she entered Hogwarts. They expected her to become a weapon in their war. But your covenant, your marriage, has made that impossible. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. So now they're angry. Furious, Lord Greengrass confirmed. And desperate. They know that without Daphne, their plans are compromised. They know that the covenant has made her untouchable. And they're looking for ways to break it. How? Harry demanded. How can they break a covenant that's been sealed by ancient magic? Lord Greengrass's eyes met his, filled with dread. They can't break it directly. But they can destroy the people who made it. They can kill you, Harry. And if you die, the covenant dies with you. Harry returned to Hogwarts in a daze, his mind churning with the implications of Lord Greengrass's revelations. The conspiracy was real. The danger was real. And Daphne was at the center of it all. He found her in their usual alcove, her face pale with worry. She'd been waiting for him, the bond pulsing with anxiety and fear. What happened? She demanded, her voice trembling. What did my father tell you? Harry sat down beside her, his hands shaking. There's a conspiracy, Daphne. A group of powerful families, Death Eater families, have been planning to claim you since before you were born. They wanted to mark you, to bind you to Voldemort's service. And our marriage has ruined everything. Daphne's face went white. How many families? I don't know. Harry's voice was grim. But your father said they're powerful. Connected. They've been planning this for years. Daphne was silent for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the distance. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. I always knew something was wrong. I always felt like there were eyes on me, watching, waiting. But I never knew. She stopped, swallowing hard. I never knew how deep it went. Harry reached out, taking her hand. We'll figure this out. Together. We'll find out who's behind this conspiracy, and we'll stop them. Daphne looked at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. How? They're powerful, Harry. They've been planning this for years. What can two 11-year-olds do against people like that? Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. We can fight. We can survive. And we can never, ever give up. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Together, she said. Together. Harry agreed. The first step was identifying the conspirators. Harry and Daphne spent the next few weeks combing through Lord Greengrass's documents, cross-referencing names and dates, searching for patterns that would reveal the scope of the conspiracy. It was slow, painstaking work, but they were determined to find answers. And slowly, the picture began to emerge. The conspiracy involved at least a dozen families, all of them connected to the Dark Lord's inner circle. The Malfoys, the Knotts, the Parkinsons, the Zabinis, all of them were implicated in the plot to claim Daphne for Voldemort's service. But there were others too. Names that Harry didn't recognize, families that had been lurking in the shadows for years. The Selwyns, the Rolls, the Macmillans, all of them had been part of the conspiracy, all of them had been working to bring Daphne into the Dark Lord's fold. They're everywhere, Daphne said, her voice trembling with shock. These families, they're in the Ministry, in the Wizengamot, in every corner of Wizarding Society. They've been planning this for years. Harry nodded, his expression grim. And now they know they've been thwarted. They know the covenant has made you untouchable. But they're not going to give up. What do we do? Daphne asked, her voice desperate. How do we fight against something so big? Harry was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he met her eyes. We expose them, he said firmly. We find proof of their conspiracy, and we take it to people we can trust. Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, anyone who'll listen. We make sure the world knows what they've been planning. Daphne's eyes widened. That's dangerous, Harry. If they find out we're investigating them, they'll try to stop us. Harry finished. But we can't let that scare us. We can't let them win. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. You're right, she said quietly. We can't let them win. We have to fight back. Harry reached out, taking her hand. Together. Together. Daphne agreed. The investigation took them to unexpected places. Harry and Daphne spent hours in the library, searching through old newspapers and genealogical records. They wrote letters to trusted contacts, asking for information about the families involved in the conspiracy. They even reached out to the goblins, who had access to records that no wizard could touch. And slowly, the truth began to emerge. The conspiracy was older than anyone had realized. It had its roots in the First War against Voldemort, when the Dark Lord's followers had been looking for ways to strengthen their power. The Greengrass family, with their ancient bloodline and powerful magic, had been a prime target. They wanted to use me, Daphne said one evening, her voice hollow. They wanted to use my magic, my bloodline, my connections. They wanted to turn me into a weapon. Harry reached out, pulling her into his arms. But they didn't. You're not a weapon. You're not a tool. You're Daphne Greengrass, and you're free. Daphne clung to him, her body trembling. But what if they don't stop? What if they keep coming after me, no matter what we do? Harry held her tighter, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. Then we'll face them together. We'll fight them together. And we'll win. Daphne looked up at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. You really believe that, don't you? You really believe we can win? Harry met her gaze, his voice steady and sure. I do. Because we have something they don't have. We have each other. We have the bond. And we have the power of two hearts, working together. Daphne's tears spilled over, tracking silver paths down her cheeks. But she was smiling now, a real smile that transformed her face. I love you, she whispered. I know it's crazy. I know we're only 11 years old. But I love you, Harry. I really do. Harry felt his heart swell with emotion. I love you too, Daphne. I've loved you since. He paused, searching for the right words. Since we first met in the vault. Since I knew I was going to save you. Daphne laughed, a bright, joyful sound. I think I've loved you since the ceremony. When you looked at me and promised to protect me. I knew then that I could trust you. Harry leaned in, his forehead touching hers. We'll be okay, he whispered. As long as we're together, we'll be okay. Together, Daphne agreed. But the conspiracy was far from over. A few weeks later, Harry and Daphne received another letter from Lord Greengrass. This one was more urgent, more desperate, written in a hand that was barely legible. Asterisk, the conspirators know about your investigation. They've learned that we're gathering evidence against them. They're moving faster than I expected. They're planning something. I don't know what. Please be careful. Please protect each other. Asterisk. Your servant, Lord Cyrus Greengrass. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding with each word. The conspirators knew. They knew that Harry and Daphne were investigating them. And they were planning something. We need to tell Dumbledore, Harry said urgently. Now. Daphne nodded, her face pale with fear. He'll know what to do. He'll help us. They raced through the corridors, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they weren't alone. And then they rounded a corner and found themselves face to face with a group of older students. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but Harry could see the wands in their hands, could feel the hostility radiating from them. Harry Potter, one of them said, his voice cold and cruel. The boy who lived. We've been looking for you. Harry felt a surge of protective fury. Leave us alone. We don't want any trouble. Trouble? The student laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. You're the one who's caused trouble. You and your little wife. Harry's blood ran cold. They knew. They knew about the marriage. How do you know about that? He demanded, his voice shaking. We have our sources, the student said. But it doesn't matter now. All that matters is that you're going to pay for what you've done. He raised his wand, and Harry felt the bond pulse with power. He could sense Daphne's magic flowing into him, could feel her determination to fight beside him. Together, they cast their spells as one, their magic combining into a single, blinding beam of light. It struck the students with the force of a hurricane, sending them flying backward into the wall. But there were too many of them. More students emerged from the shadows, their wands raised, their faces twisted with hatred. Harry felt a moment of despair. They couldn't fight them all. They were outnumbered, outmatched, surrounded. And then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared. Enough. The voice was calm, measured, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. The students froze, their wands lowering, their faces filled with fear. Professor Dumbledore stepped into the light, his blue eyes twinkling with barely suppressed anger. I think it's time we had a conversation about appropriate behavior at Hogwarts. The aftermath of the attack was chaos. Dumbledore had expelled the students who'd attacked Harry and Daphne, but he'd also warned them that there were more out there. The conspirators were embedded in the school, watching, waiting for their moment to strike. We need to be careful, Dumbledore told Harry and Daphne, his voice grave. The conspiracy is larger than I realized. There are people in this school who will stop at nothing to harm you. Harry felt a surge of fear. What do we do? How do we protect ourselves? Dumbledore's eyes met his. You protect each other. The bond you share is the most powerful weapon you have. Use it. Trust it. And never, ever give up. Harry nodded, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing in his chest. We won't. We promise. Dumbledore smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile. I know you won't. You're remarkable young people, both of you. I have great faith in you. The Greengrass conspiracy had been exposed, but it was far from defeated. Harry and Daphne knew that the conspirators would keep coming after them, would keep trying to break the covenant that protected them. But they also knew that they had something the conspirators didn't have. They had each other. They had the bond. And they had the power of two hearts, working together. We'll face whatever comes, Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their alcove. We'll face it together. And we'll win. Daphne nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Together. Always. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Shadows Inside Hogwarts. The first sign that something was wrong came during the Halloween feast. Harry sat at the Slytherin table, his plate piled high with roasted chicken and buttered potatoes, but his appetite had deserted him. Something was wrong. He could feel it in the air, a tension that crackled like static electricity, a sense of impending doom that made his skin prickle. Daphne sat across from him, her face carefully composed, but the bond pulsed with anxiety. She could feel it too, the wrongness that hung over the castle like a storm cloud. Do you feel that? Harry sent through the bond, his voice low and urgent. Daphne's eyes met his. Yes. Something's coming. Something bad. Harry scanned the great hall, searching for the source of his unease. The other students were laughing and chatting, oblivious to the danger that lurked in the shadows. But Harry could see it, the flicker of movement in the corners of his vision, the whisper of dark magic that brushed against his senses. And then he saw them. A group of older students, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods, were watching Daphne with predatory intensity. Their eyes gleamed in the candlelight, cold and calculating, and Harry felt a surge of protective fury. We need to get out of here, he said urgently. Now. Daphne nodded, rising from her seat. They made their way toward the exit, their footsteps quick and silent. But before they could reach the doors, a figure stepped into their path. Leaving so soon? The voice was familiar, Draco Malfoy, his face twisted into a cruel smirk. The party's just getting started. Harry felt his blood run cold. Move, Malfoy. We're not in the mood for games. Games? Draco laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. This isn't a game, Potter. This is a warning. Stay away from Daphne Greengrass. She's not for you. Harry felt a surge of rage. She's not for anyone. She's her own person, and she can make her own choices. Draco's eyes narrowed. The Dark Lord doesn't agree. He has plans for her. Plans that don't include you. Before Harry could respond, Daphne stepped forward, her voice cold and sharp. The Dark Lord has no claim on me. I'm married to Harry Potter, and nothing you do can change that. Draco's face went pale. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. I have nothing to hide, Daphne said, her chin raised defiantly. I'm proud of my marriage. And I'll defend it with my life. Draco stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stepped aside. This isn't over, he said, his voice low and dangerous. The Dark Lord always gets what he wants. Harry took Daphne's hand, pulling her through the doors and into the corridor beyond. They ran through the castle, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls, until they reached the safety of their alcove. The attack came 3 nights later. Harry was in the common room, reading a potions textbook, when the bond pulsed with a surge of fear so intense it nearly knocked him off his chair. Daphne. Something was wrong with Daphne. He ran, following the bond like a compass, his heart pounding in his chest. He found her in a deserted corridor, cornered by a group of masked figures. Their faces were hidden, but Harry could see the wands in their hands, could feel the dark magic radiating from them. Daphne! He shouted, charging forward. Get away from her! The figures turned, their wands raised. But Harry didn't hesitate. He cast the first spell that came to mind, a disarming charm, and felt Daphne's magic flowing through the bond, strengthening his own. The spell exploded from his wand, bright and powerful, and struck one of the figures square in the chest. He flew backward, crashing into the wall, and his companions scattered in confusion. Harry grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her after him, racing through the corridors until they reached safety. What happened? He demanded, his voice shaking. Who were they? Daphne's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know. They came out of nowhere. They said. She hesitated, her voice trembling. They said they knew about us. About the marriage. They said I was a target. Harry felt cold wash over him. How could they know? We've been so careful. I don't know. Daphne's voice was desperate. But they knew, Harry. They knew about the bond, about the protection. They said the Dark Lord would claim me, no matter what we did. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. They won't touch you, he said fiercely. I won't let them. We'll find out who they are. We'll stop them. I promise. Daphne clung to him, her body trembling. I'm scared, Harry. I'm so scared. I know, Harry said softly, stroking her hair. I'm scared too. But we'll get through this. Together. We always do. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they weren't alone. The next few weeks were a nightmare of tension and fear. Harry and Daphne were constantly on edge, watching for any sign of danger. They stuck together as much as possible, using the bond to sense each other's presence and warn of approaching threats. But the attacks continued, a hex here, a jinx there, always from the shadows, always from unidentified assailants. It's like they're testing us, Harry said one evening, his voice heavy with exhaustion. They want to see how strong the bond is. They want to see if they can break it. Daphne nodded, her expression grim. And if they can break it, they'll try to claim you, Harry finished. And I won't let that happen. Daphne reached out, taking his hand. We won't let it happen. Together. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. Together. The attacks escalated. Harry and Daphne were walking through the corridors on their way to Charms when a curse struck them from behind. It was a powerful curse, designed to cause pain and paralysis, and it hit Daphne square in the back. She screamed, collapsing to the floor, and Harry felt the pain through the bond like a knife to his own chest. He turned, his wand raised, and saw a figure fleeing into the shadows. Stupefied, he shouted, casting a spell at the retreating figure. It hit the wall with a crack, but the figure was already gone. Harry dropped to his knees beside Daphne, his hands shaking. Daphne, Daphne, can you hear me? Daphne's eyes fluttered open, her face pale and sweating. I'm okay, she gasped. It's just a curse. I'll be fine. Harry felt a surge of relief so powerful it nearly knocked him over. We need to get you to the hospital wing. Now. He helped her to her feet, supporting her weight as they limped toward the hospital wing. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they were still connected. The hospital wing was quiet when they arrived, lit only by the soft glow of enchanted candles. Madame Pomfrey examined Daphne with practiced efficiency, her expression grave. This is a dark curse, she said, her voice tight with concern. A very old curse, designed to cause maximum pain. Whoever cast it knew exactly what they were doing. Harry felt a surge of rage. Who would do something like that? Who would want to hurt her? Madame Pomfrey's eyes met his. Someone who wants to send a message. Someone who wants to prove that the bond isn't strong enough to protect her. Harry felt cold wash over him. But the bond is strong. It's the strongest magic I've ever felt. The bond is strong, Madame Pomfrey agreed. But it's not invincible. If the attackers can find a way to break it, they'll try to claim her, Harry finished. But they won't. I won't let them. Daphne recovered from the curse within a few days, but the attacks continued. Harry and Daphne were constantly on guard, watching for any sign of danger. They slept in shifts, took turns keeping watch, and never went anywhere alone. The bond pulsed between them constantly, a reminder that they were in this together. But the attackers were relentless. One evening, Harry and Daphne were returning to the common room when they were ambushed by a group of masked figures. The attack was brutal, curses flying from every direction, dark magic crackling through the air. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic surging through the bond, Daphne's strength flowing into him. They cast spells together, their combined power creating a barrier of light that deflected the curses. But there were too many of them. Harry could feel himself weakening, could feel the bond straining under the pressure. And then, out of nowhere, help arrived. Professor Dumbledore appeared at the end of the corridor, his wand raised, his face filled with righteous fury. He cast a spell that sent the attackers flying, scattering them like leaves in the wind. That's enough, Dumbledore said, his voice cold and commanding. You will not harm these students. You will not threaten them again. And you will leave this school immediately. The attackers fled, disappearing into the shadows. Harry collapsed to his knees, exhausted, and felt Daphne's presence through the bond, warm and reassuring. Are you okay? She asked, her voice trembling. I'm fine, Harry gasped. Just tired. You? I'm fine. Daphne's voice was steadier now. We're fine. Dumbledore knelt beside them, his expression grave. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I should have anticipated this. The conspiracy is more deeply entrenched than I realized. They have people inside the school, people who will stop at nothing to harm you. Harry felt a surge of anger. Who are they? Who's behind all of this? Dumbledore's eyes met his. I don't know all the names yet. But I know they're working for the Dark Lord. They're trying to break the bond, to make Daphne vulnerable again. And they'll keep trying until they succeed. Harry felt a cold determination settle over him. Then we'll stop them. We'll find out who they are, and we'll stop them. Dumbledore smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile. I believe you will. You're remarkable young people, both of you. I have great faith in you. The attacks continued, but Harry and Daphne grew stronger. They trained together, honing their skills, pushing the bond to its limits. They learned to fight together, to anticipate each other's movements, to combine their magic into a single, powerful force. And slowly, they began to fight back. They set traps for the attackers, using the bond to sense their presence and ambush them. They reported suspicious activity to the professors, helping to root out the conspirators who had infiltrated the school. And they never, ever gave up. "We're winning," Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their alcove. "We're fighting them off. They're getting desperate." Daphne nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. "They're scared. They know. The bond is too strong to break. They know they can't claim me." Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. "And they never will. Because we'll never stop fighting." Daphne reached out, taking his hand. "Together. Together," Harry agreed. But the shadows inside Hogwarts were deeper than they'd realized. One night, Harry woke from a nightmare to find Daphne gone. The bond pulsed with fear, with desperation, with a cry for help that echoed through his mind. He ran, following the bond like a compass, his heart pounding in his chest. He found her in the dungeons, surrounded by a group of masked figures. They had her cornered, their wands raised, their faces twisted with hatred. "Daphne!" he shouted, charging forward. "Get away from her!" The figures turned, their wands raised. But Harry didn't hesitate. He cast the most powerful spell he could think of, feeling Daphne's magic flowing through the bond, strengthening his own. The spell exploded from his wand, bright and powerful, and struck the figures with the force of a hurricane. They flew backward, crashing into the wall, and Harry grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her to safety. "What happened?" he demanded, his voice shaking. "How did they find you?" Daphne's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "They were waiting for me. They knew I'd be alone. They knew." She stopped, her voice trembling. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "It's okay. You're safe now. I've got you." Daphne clung to him, her body trembling. "They wanted to break the bond. They wanted to." She couldn't finish the sentence. Harry held her tighter, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. "They won't succeed. I won't let them. We're stronger than they are. We're stronger together." Daphne looked up at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I love you, Harry. I love you so much." Harry felt his heart swell with emotion. "I love you too, Daphne. And I'll never let anyone hurt you. I swear it." The conspiracy was far from defeated, but Harry and Daphne had won an important victory. They had survived the attacks. They had fought back. And they had proven that the bond was too strong to break. "We need to find out who's behind this," Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their alcove. "We need to find out who's been attacking us. And we need to stop them for good." Daphne nodded, her expression determined. "I agree. But we can't do it alone. We need help." Harry thought about it. "We need to talk to Dumbledore. He knows more than he's telling us. He can help us." Daphne agreed. "We'll talk to him tomorrow. Together." Harry took her hand, feeling the warmth of the bond between them. Together. The shadows inside Hogwarts were deep and dark, but Harry and Daphne had faced them and survived. They had proven that the bond was strong enough to withstand anything the world threw at them. And they had proven that together, they could face any challenge. The conspiracy was far from defeated, but Harry and Daphne were ready to fight. Together. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Chamber's Hidden Truth. The dream came to Harry 3 nights after the attack in the dungeons. He was walking through the castle, but it wasn't the Hogwarts he knew. The corridors were older, darker, the stone walls slick with moisture that gleamed like tears in the flickering torchlight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and powerful that made his skin prickle with awareness. He walked for what felt like hours, his feet carrying him deeper and deeper into the castle's depths. The passageways grew narrower, the ceilings lower, until he found himself standing before a wall that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The wall was covered in carvings, serpents coiled around ancient symbols, their eyes glittering with malevolent intelligence. And in the center of the wall, a single word was carved in letters that seemed to writhe and shift as he watched. Parseltongue. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He knew that word. He'd heard it before, in whispers and rumors, in the stories that circulated about the Dark Lord's abilities. Parseltongue, the language of snakes, the mark of a dark wizard. But he also knew something else. Something that made his blood run cold. He could speak it. The words came to him unbidden, rising from somewhere deep in his chest like a forgotten memory. He spoke them aloud, his voice strange and sibilant, and the wall before him began to shift. Stone ground against stone, and a passage opened before him, a dark, yawning maw that seemed to swallow the torchlight. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding, and descended into the depths below. And there, in the darkness, he found it. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry woke with a gasp, his body drenched in sweat, his heart racing. The dream had felt so real, the stones, the serpents, the darkness that had pressed in on him from all sides. But it was more than that. It was the magic he'd felt, pulsing through the air like a living thing. Ancient magic. Powerful magic. The kind of magic that could change everything. He lay in the darkness of the Slytherin dormitory, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed, and tried to make sense of what he'd seen. The Chamber of Secrets. It was real. It was beneath Hogwarts, hidden in the depths of the castle, waiting to be found. And he could open it. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He could speak Parseltongue. He could command the serpents that guarded the chamber. He could unlock secrets that had been hidden for 1,000 years. But what did that mean? What did it mean for him, for Daphne, for the bond that protected them both? Harry closed his eyes, reaching out through the bond. He could feel Daphne's presence, warm and steady, a reassurance that he wasn't alone. Daphne, he said. I need to talk to you. It's important. Her response came immediately, tinged with concern. What's wrong? Are you okay? I had a dream, Harry sent back. About the Chamber of Secrets. About Salazar Slytherin. I think I know how to find it. There was a moment of silence. Then, softly, her voice returned. Meet me in the alcove. Now, Harry dressed quickly, his hands trembling with nervous energy. The castle was dark and silent as he crept through the corridors, following the familiar path to their secret meeting place. Daphne was already there when he arrived, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight that streamed through the window. What happened? She asked, her voice low and urgent. What did you see? Harry sat down beside her, his heart still racing. I had a dream. I was walking through the castle, through corridors I've never seen before. And I found the Chamber of Secrets. Daphne's face went pale. The Chamber of Secrets? The one Salazar Slytherin built? Harry nodded. I could feel the magic, Daphne. It was old. Powerful. It was calling to me. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and took his hand. What else? What else did you see? Harry hesitated. He knew what he had to tell her, but the words were hard to say. I spoke Parseltongue, Daphne. I opened the passage. I can speak to snakes. Daphne's eyes widened with shock. Parseltongue? But that's the mark of a dark wizard. The Dark Lord himself. I know. Harry's voice was heavy with dread. I know what it means. But I didn't choose this, Daphne. It's part of who I am. Daphne was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she squeezed his hand. I don't care, she said softly. I don't care if you can speak to snakes. I don't care if it's the mark of a dark wizard. You're Harry Potter. You're my husband. And I trust you. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. You do? Of course I do. Daphne's voice was fierce, determined. I know you better than anyone, Harry. I know your heart. You're not dark. You're not evil. You're the bravest, kindest person I've ever met. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for believing in me. Daphne hugged him back, her warmth seeping through the bond. Always. That's what partners do. They spent the next few weeks researching the Chamber of Secrets. Harry and Daphne combed through the library, searching for any mention of Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber. They read ancient texts, consulted dusty tomes, and even reached out to the goblins for information. And slowly, they began to piece together the truth. The Chamber of Secrets wasn't just a hiding place. It was a sanctuary, a place of power where Salazar Slytherin had stored his most precious secrets. And among those secrets was the key to the ancient marriage wards that protected pureblood families from dark magic. Salazar Slytherin created the wards, Daphne said one evening, her voice filled with wonder. He designed them to protect innocent magical bloodlines from the dark magic that was spreading through Europe. He knew that the only way to stop the darkness was to create a shield that couldn't be broken. Harry nodded, his mind racing. So the marriage wards, the ones that protect us, they came from him? Indirectly, Daphne said. The wards were passed down through the generations, refined and strengthened by each family that used them. But the foundation, the core magic, was created by Salazar Slytherin himself. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. That's why I could open the chamber. Because I'm a Parselmouth. Because I'm connected to Slytherin's bloodline. Daphne nodded slowly. It makes sense. The chamber was designed to be opened only by Slytherin's heir. And you... She paused, her eyes meeting his. You're the last of the Peveril line, descended from one of the oldest magical families in Britain. You carry the blood of the founders in your veins. Harry felt the weight of her words settle over him like a cloak. So the chamber is mine. Mine to open, mine to explore. Ours, Daphne corrected firmly. We're partners, remember? What's yours is mine. Harry smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. Ours, he agreed. Together. The discovery of the chamber's hidden truth changed everything. Harry and Daphne realized that the ancient marriage wards weren't just a shield, they were a weapon. A weapon that could be used to protect innocent bloodlines from dark magic, to preserve the purity of ancient families, to fight against the forces of darkness that threatened to consume the wizarding world. We need to find the chamber, Harry said one evening, his voice filled with determination. We need to unlock its secrets. We need to understand the full power of the wards. Daphne nodded, her expression equally determined. I agree. But we need to be careful. The chamber is dangerous. It's been sealed for 1,000 years. There's no telling what we might find inside. Harry reached out, taking her hand. We'll be careful. We'll protect each other. We'll face whatever comes. Daphne squeezed his hand, her eyes shining with emotion. Together. Together. Harry agreed. The search for the Chamber of Secrets took them to unexpected places. Harry and Daphne explored every corner of the castle, following the clues that Salazar Slytherin had left behind. They discovered hidden passages, secret rooms, and ancient artifacts that had been forgotten for centuries. And finally, after weeks of searching, they found it. The entrance to the chamber was hidden in an abandoned bathroom on the second floor, a room that had been sealed off for decades, its walls covered in cobwebs and dust. Harry recognized it from his dream, the carvings on the wall, the serpent that seemed to watch him with malevolent intelligence. This is it, he whispered, his voice filled with awe. This is where it begins. Daphne stepped forward, her wand raised. How do we open it? Harry closed his eyes, reaching deep into the well of magic that pulsed within him. He could feel the serpents, could hear their whispers in the darkness. And he knew what he had to do. He spoke the words in Parseltongue, his voice strange and sibilant, and the wall before them began to shift. Stone ground against stone, and a passage opened before them, a dark, yawning maw that seemed to swallow the torchlight. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding, and descended into the depths below. Daphne followed close behind, her hand in his, the bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. The Chamber of Secrets was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It was vast, a cavernous space carved into the bedrock of the castle itself. The walls were lined with massive stone pillars, each one carved with the image of a serpent coiled around ancient symbols. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and powerful that made his skin prickle with awareness. And at the center of the chamber, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed over them, its stone eyes fixed on the distant ceiling. Salazar Slytherin. Harry breathed, his voice echoing off the walls. He built all of this. Daphne nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. He must have been incredibly powerful. The magic in this place, it's overwhelming. Harry felt the magic too, pulsing through the air like a living thing. He could feel the ancient wards, the protections that Slytherin had woven into the very stones of the chamber. And he could feel something else, too, a presence at the edge of his awareness, watching, waiting. We need to find the source of the wards, he said, his voice urgent. The ancient magic that protects pureblood families. It has to be here somewhere. Daphne nodded, and together they began to explore the chamber. They found it at the heart of the chamber, a small, ornate altar carved from obsidian, its surface covered in runes that glowed with an inner light. The air around the altar hummed with power, a warmth that seemed to reach out and touch them both. This is it, Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. This is the source of the wards. Daphne stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the altar. The moment her fingers brushed against the obsidian, a surge of magic erupted from the stone, filling the chamber with blinding light. Harry felt the magic flow through him, felt Daphne's presence through the bond, and knew that something had changed. The wards had accepted them, recognized them, bound them to the ancient magic. What happened? Daphne asked, her voice trembling. Harry looked at his hands, at the faint glow of magic that danced across his skin. The wards recognized us. They accepted us. We're part of the magic now. Daphne stared at him, her eyes wide with wonder. We're connected to the ancient wards. We're part of something older than Hogwarts itself. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of her words. And together, we can use that power to protect ourselves. To protect everyone we care about. Daphne reached out, taking his hand. Together. Together. Harry agreed. But the chamber's secrets weren't just about power. They were also about history. Harry and Daphne discovered ancient texts hidden in the chamber, records that had been sealed for centuries. They read about the founders, about the creation of Hogwarts, about the wars that had shaped the magical world. And they read about the marriage wards. The wards were originally created to protect pure-blood families from dark magic. Daphne explained, her voice filled with wonder. Salazar Slytherin believed that the only way to preserve magical bloodlines was to create a shield that couldn't be broken. He designed the wards to be passed down through the generations, to be strengthened by each new marriage covenant. Harry nodded slowly. So the wards aren't just about protecting me from the dark mark. They're about preserving the magical heritage of Britain. Exactly. Daphne's eyes were shining with excitement. And now that we've activated the wards, we can use them to protect other families. We can create a network of protection that covers the entire wizarding world. Harry felt a surge of hope. We can stop Voldemort. We can stop him from claiming anyone else. Daphne nodded. We can. Together. But the chamber's hidden truth also revealed a warning. In the deepest part of the chamber, Harry and Daphne found a message carved into the wall. A message written in Parseltongue, hidden from the eyes of anyone who couldn't speak the language. The shadows gather in the east, and darkness rises from the beast. The ancient wards shall hold the line, but only if the hearts combine. The serpent's heir must stand with snow, and let the ancient magic grow. For if the bond should ever break, the darkness will the world remake. Harry read the words aloud, his voice trembling. The prophecy was clear, the bond had to hold. If it broke, if the marriage covenant was destroyed, the darkness would consume everything. What does it mean? Daphne asked, her voice barely a whisper. Harry turned to her, his eyes filled with determination. It means we can't fail. No matter what happens, no matter how hard it gets, we have to stay together. We have to protect the bond. Daphne stepped forward, taking his hands in hers. We will. I promise. Nothing will ever break us apart. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. Together. Always, Daphne whispered. The chamber's hidden truth had given them power. It had given them purpose. And it had given them hope. Harry and Daphne left the chamber that night, their hearts filled with determination. They had discovered the source of the ancient marriage wards, the secret of Salazar Slytherin's greatest creation. And they had vowed to use that power to protect the innocent, to fight against the darkness, to preserve the magical heritage of Britain. We can do this, Harry said as they walked through the castle's corridors. We can make a difference. We can change the world. Daphne nodded, her hand in his. We will. Together. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of the bond pulsing between them. Together. The Chamber of Secrets had revealed its truth, a truth that would change everything. The marriage wards were older than anyone had realized, more powerful than anyone had imagined. And Harry and Daphne were the key to unlocking their full potential. The ancient magic was theirs to command. And together they would use it to build a better world. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The First Death Eater Hunt. The chill that settled over Hogwarts as December approached was not merely the cold of the Scottish winter. It was something deeper, something that crept into the bones and whispered of dangers lurking in the shadows. Harry felt it in the corridors, in the great hall, even in the warmth of the Slytherin common room, a tension that crackled like static electricity, a sense of impending doom that made his skin prickle with unease. The bond pulsed with Daphne's anxiety, a mirror of his own. They had been on edge ever since the discovery of the chamber, ever since the ancient wards had awakened and marked them as something more than ordinary students. The conspirators knew about their bond. The Death Eaters knew about their marriage. And now, with the holidays approaching and the castle half empty, they knew the perfect time to strike. We need to be careful, Daphne said one evening, as they sat together in their alcove. The holidays are coming. Most of the students will be going home. The castle will be almost empty. Harry nodded, his expression grim. I know. And that's exactly when they'll come for us. Daphne reached out, taking his hand. We can leave. We can go to my family's estate, or to one of the safe houses my father has prepared. We don't have to stay here. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of the bond between them. We can't run forever, Daphne. If we run now, they'll just keep chasing us. We need to stand our ground. We need to fight. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. You're right. We can't keep running. We have to face them. Harry smiled, a fierce, determined smile. Together. Together. Daphne agreed. The first sign that the Death Eaters had arrived came on the night before Christmas Eve. Harry was in the common room, reading by the fire, when the bond pulsed with a surge of terror so intense it nearly knocked him off his chair. Daphne. Something was wrong with Daphne. He ran, following the bond like a compass, his heart pounding in his chest. He found her in the corridor outside the girls' dormitory, cornered by a group of masked figures. Their faces were hidden, but Harry could see the wands in their hands, could feel the dark magic radiating from them. Daphne! He shouted, charging forward. Get away from her! The figures turned, their wands raised. But Harry didn't hesitate. He cast the first spell that came to mind, a disarming charm, and felt Daphne's magic flowing through the bond, strengthening his own. The spell exploded from his wand, bright and powerful, and struck one of the figures square in the chest. He flew backward, crashing into the wall, and his companions scattered in confusion. Harry grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her after him, racing through the corridors until they reached the safety of their alcove. What happened? He demanded, his voice shaking. Who were they? Daphne's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. Death Eaters. They were Death Eaters. They came through the hidden passages, the ones the conspirators have been using. They said. She hesitated, her voice trembling. They said they were here to take me. To bring me to the Dark Lord. Harry felt cold wash over him. How did they get in? The wards. The wards are strong. Daphne interrupted, her voice desperate. But they're not invincible. If someone knows how to bypass them, someone with powerful dark magic, they can get through. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. We'll stop them. We'll find them and stop them. I promise. Daphne clung to him, her body trembling. I'm scared, Harry. I'm so scared. I know, Harry said softly, stroking her hair. I'm scared too. But we'll get through this. Together. We always do. The next few days were a nightmare of tension and fear. Harry and Daphne stayed together constantly, never letting each other out of sight. They slept in shifts, took turns keeping watch, and fortified their alcove with protective charms. The bond pulsed between them constantly, a reminder that they were in this together. But the Death Eaters were relentless. They attacked at odd hours, late at night, early in the morning, during the few moments when Harry and Daphne were separated. They used dark magic, powerful curses, and every trick in their arsenal to try to break the bond and claim Daphne for their master. We can't keep this up forever, Daphne said one evening, her voice heavy with exhaustion. They're wearing us down. They're trying to exhaust us. Harry nodded, his own body aching with fatigue. I know. But we can't give up. We can't let them win. Daphne looked at him, her eyes filled with fear and determination. What do we do? How do we stop them? Harry thought about it. Thought about the Chamber of Secrets, the ancient wards, the prophecy that had brought them together. And then he knew what they had to do. We fight back, he said firmly. We stop running and start hunting. We find out who's behind these attacks, and we take them down. Daphne's eyes widened. Hunt them? Harry, they're Death Eaters. They're powerful dark wizards. We're just children. We're not just children. Harry interrupted, his voice fierce. We're the heirs of the most ancient magical bloodlines in Britain. We're the keepers of the marriage wards. We have power they can't even imagine. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face. You're right, she said softly. We're not just children. We're something more. Harry reached out, taking her hand. Together. We'll hunt them together. Together, Daphne agreed. The hunt began the next night. Harry and Daphne used the bond to track the Death Eaters, following the trail of dark magic that lingered in the castle's corridors. They moved silently, their wands raised, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They found the first group in the dungeons, 3 masked figures, their faces hidden, their voices low and conspiratorial. Harry could feel the dark magic radiating from them, could taste it in the air like bitter ash. No, he whispered, his voice barely audible. They cast their spells together, their magic combining into a single, blinding beam of light. It struck the Death Eaters with the force of a hurricane, sending them flying backward into the wall. But the Death Eaters were prepared. They recovered quickly, their wands raised, their curses flying through the air. Harry and Daphne fought with everything they had, their magic surging through the bond, their movements perfectly synchronized. They dodged curses, cast shields, and launched counterattacks with a precision that would have impressed even the most experienced aurors. And slowly, they began to gain the upper hand. Stupefy! Harry shouted, his spell striking one of the Death Eaters in the chest. He collapsed, unconscious, and his companions faltered. Daphne took advantage of their hesitation, casting a powerful binding spell that wrapped the remaining Death Eaters in ropes of light. They struggled, but the magic held, and soon they were trussed up like prisoners of war. Who sent you? Harry demanded. His wand pointed at the nearest Death Eater. Who's behind this? The Death Eater laughed, a cold, cruel sound. You think we'll tell you? You think we're afraid of a couple of children? Harry felt a surge of rage. I'm not a child. I'm the boy who lived. And I've faced worse than you. The Death Eater's eyes flickered with something that might have been fear. The Dark Lord will destroy you. He'll destroy both of you. No one defies him and lives. Harry leaned closer, his voice cold and hard. We'll see about that. The captured Death Eaters were handed over to Professor Dumbledore, who interrogated them personally. But they revealed little, only that they had been sent to capture Daphne, to bring her to the Dark Lord, and to destroy the marriage bond that protected her. We knew it would come to this, Daphne said, her voice heavy with resignation. The Death Eaters were always going to come for me. It was just a matter of time. Harry reached out, taking her hand. But they haven't succeeded. We're still together. The bond is still strong. Daphne nodded, her eyes meeting his. And we'll keep it strong. No matter what they do, we'll keep it strong. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. Together. Always, Daphne whispered. The Christmas holidays passed in a blur of tension and fear. Harry and Daphne stayed at Hogwarts, refusing to leave the safety of the castle's wards. They trained constantly, honing their skills, pushing the bond to its limits. They learned to fight together, to anticipate each other's movements, to combine their magic into a single, powerful force. And slowly, they began to turn the tide. We're getting better, Harry said one evening, as they sat together in their alcove. We're stronger than we were before. The bond is growing. Daphne nodded, her expression thoughtful. I can feel it too. The magic is more stable, more powerful. It's like the bond is becoming part of who we are. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of her presence through the bond. Maybe it is. Maybe we're becoming something new. Something that's never existed before. Daphne reached out, her fingers brushing against his cheek. Something beautiful, she whispered. Something that can't be broken. Harry leaned in, his forehead touching hers. Never, he agreed. Never. The first Death Eater hunt had been a success, but it was only the beginning. Harry and Daphne knew that the Death Eaters would keep coming, would keep trying to break the bond and claim Daphne for their master. But they also knew that they were stronger than they'd ever been, more powerful than any of their enemies could imagine. We'll face whatever comes, Harry said one evening, as they stood together on the castle's battlements, watching the sun set over the Forbidden Forest. We'll face it together. And we'll win. Daphne nodded, her hand in his. Together. Always. Harry turned to her, his eyes filled with love and determination. I love you, Daphne. I've loved you since the moment we met. And I'll never stop loving you. Not ever. Daphne's eyes filled with tears. I love you too, Harry. I love you more than anything in the world. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. Then we'll make it through this. We'll make it through everything. Because our love is stronger than any dark magic. Stronger than any curse. Stronger than Voldemort himself. Daphne clung to him, her body trembling with emotion. I believe you, she whispered. I believe you. The bond pulsed between them, warm and steady, a reminder that they were connected in ways that went beyond magic. They were partners. They were friends. They were family. And together, they would face whatever darkness awaited them. End of chapter 10. Thank you.